Hey everybody. Oh, don't you just love when that happens? That is exactly what I meant to press. No, no, maybe not. Maybe not quite. I am great at this. Yep. Oh dear goodness. OBS had an update and I am navigating the new force of habit. I clicked where would take me here. Never mind. You don't all need to know that. What you would like to know if you're here. This is Warcrow. This is a skirmish-based tabletop game made by the people who made Corvus Belli's. It's Corvus Belli, by the people who made Infinity. So it is but instead of being a sci-fi skirmish game, this one is high fantasy. Pardon the glare. There we go. Close it. So this is a what's called a battle pack? Yeah, a battle pack. This is two armies, a bit of two armies put together. Hey, what's up, Senator? Warhammer Fantasy is more fun than 40k? May very well be. I don't have enough for an actual Warhammer Fantasy game yet. I have some models, but not enough for an actual game. But I have dwarves. Why? Good question. So I said that I wasn't going to buy any more Warhammer stuff, any more Games Workshop stuff. But I found a store that had their Warhammer stuff, their Games Workshop stuff on clearance. They weren't going to buy any more, so I'm not going to be supporting Games Workshop if I buy them. They happen to have more dwarves than anything else, so I guess that made that a little bit easier. Dwarf maxing, indeed. For a short guy like me, it's great. No, I'm kidding. Alright. Alright. Hold on one moment, please. Oh dear. I promise I'm not sick. Totally, definitely, maybe. I'm not sick. No way. Also, YouTube's chat window is down on the YouTube dashboard, so I may not be able to see what you say right away. I have it pulled up on OBS, but there's a little bit of a delay, so I have the monitoring computer up. Hopefully that will be fine. Hopefully that will be enough. But if I don't see your message, I apologize. Alright, so importantly, there are well, I guess there are instructions, but for building the models, there are no instructions. This is pretty nice. This is pretty. Pardon the green background. Actually, no, that's even better. Just now, Senator says, I started shunning them since the fan content ban way back in 2017. Never forget Emperor TTS. 1, based. 2, it's not just now, but I have so much stuff bought that it certainly looks like it. The last time that I bought anything from them was those little fire site dudes that I put together yesterday. But I still have, oh gracious, I still have a lot. I still have a lot already bought. There's no point in not building, I suppose. They also have some little, let's see, Baklia farm scenery pack. In other words, terrain for actually having a battle. So I get some little farm terrain. That's kind of neat. It is made of cardstock though, so when it's all built, it'll look like this. I'm not going to focus on the terrain right now. It's cool to have, and I will work on it. But right now, let me put these two back in the box. Who says? Now I'm going to take a look. Northern Tribes is the other one. So we get the Hegemony of Embersig, which is what I'm actually playing, and then just have a tiny little bit of another army too. So that's kind of cool. Also, let me brag on Corvus Belli for a second. They have an official proxy policy. I may say this incorrectly, but I think that the way that it works is that as long as the base size is the same, because the base size does actually matter for rules purposes, And as long as it's an official mini, you can treat it as if it were any other official mini. Just make it clear to your opponent that that's what you're doing. That is obviously pretty consumer friendly, so it's another reason to support them, I would say. Okay, so things we don't necessarily need. It looks like everything down here, I think no, these are going to be some of the hegemony units. I'm just going to try to get the hegemony ones out. Which ones are you? I'm going to use the back of the box here as a reference for building them. Let's see. Oh yeah. So this is a mage. This is the captain. He's kind of a cool looking dude. So he's got the Yorick thing going on. The eye patch, and it's kind of hard to tell if he has a steampunk arm or not, but I'm just going to assume that he does. I guess we'll find out for sure when we build him. The rest of this we can wait a little bit on. Also, I could base them. Maybe I even should. But it'll be easier to paint them, I think, if I don't put them on their bases just yet. And I can spend some time tomorrow before stream priming them. Just get that out of the way. Just nothing too special. Probably just prime them black. Make it a little easier on myself. That's the hope anyway. That's the plan. I also spent entirely too long yesterday finishing up on the battlesuit I worked on, which is all the way over there, but by finishing I mean getting all the stuff magnetized, because it's me, of course. Now, instead of being metal like the Infinity ones though, these are plastic. The downside is that that's less cool, admittedly. Yeah, the upside is, since it's plastic, I should be able to use that liquid cement on them now, instead of having to use super glue. We're going to test it on this guy. We'll say that this is totally okay. Make sure that it's the right kind of plastic where I could do that. Presumably it is, but, you know, just to be safe. Better safe than sorry and all that jazz. Ay. Alright. By the way, Senator, how's your day been? How have you been? How has the Senator been? Oh, thank you, Stream Elements. Cool. Very cool. Sometimes it gives us that little custom message. Most of the time it doesn't. So every now and then we get graced with, I guess the bot giving us a better chat rate? That's what I'm going with anyway. Very, very slightly. Hold on. Before I cut that out. It's not on a sprue, obviously, and you can see some of the little places where it definitely came off of the, out of the cast. Oh, and I should go get the hobby knife here. That's right. That won't take long, but I do need to go and get it at some point. Let's see. You are this. You can't see it, but I figured out which guy it is. Which dude. Look at that dude. Alright, that's where it is. What is this, though? It's not your sword. With the extra tip on it, for reasons. Oh, you know what? If I had thought about it. Let me see. Just a quick sec. I'm going to put myself into the chat room so that if somebody would like to join me, they can. Alright. Hey, hiya. Alright, and then I'll try to refresh you one more time. I'm looking at the picture to see if I can figure out what that's supposed to correspond to. I perhaps did not start with the best model for this. Everything else I can tell. This guy, however, has seemingly one extra. Oh, it goes on your back. There's no way this one goes up, right? Surely it goes down. Alright, I'm already in thanks I hate it territory. Maybe I'm just really, really dumb. But oh, I can see... Yeah, I see it now. Okay. I see it. It's a back, what would you call it? A back scabbard. But also, the slot for it is too small for the tab, I think? I will admit, one thing I saw from working with, not this faction, but another faction, is that the build quality, I was bragging about this game, but the build quality does not seem to be up to snuff just yet. I hate to say that, because this looks like a really cool game, and I want to just give it A's all around the board, but I can't say that I can't honestly say that so far for this one. Not just yet. And there's a tiny little bit of plastic that's in the way. If you will give me just a quick second, I'm actually going to, let's see, eeny, meeny, miny. Yep. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm just getting the hobby knife. I'll be just a quick sec. Oh, sorry about that sound. My bad. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. I promise I'm not I don't think I'm sick. I hope I'm not sick anyway. Oh yeah, it's invisible. It's yellow, but it has just a touch of green to it, and so it's getting picked up by the chroma key. Nice. Very good. What that means is that I have the tolerance set too low. Wait, no, set too high, excuse me. I have the tolerance set too high. So it's picking up shades that are similar to it. The reason I do that is because of shadows. Even with the tolerance set low, high, I just said that. Even with the tolerance set high, you're still seeing the rug here. That's because the rug is even further from green. Good times. Just the tiniest little bit. Man, I love these albums. Link down in the description, by the way, if you would ever like to support the artists, support the music, the musicians. Speaking of which, I should go and check to make sure that that site still works, because it's a Japanese site and I put it up a couple years ago, so it might not still be available. That gives me something to do after stream. Thing is though, that I've said that before and may or may not have forgotten that afterwards, which is to say definitely forgot afterwards. And let me not cut myself. The trick is to not bear down too hard, just do a side-to-side motion. You'll still get there, even with just side-to-side. It'll be a little slow, but that's fine. You also don't have to be as meticulous as I am, but I want it to be, I want it to be right. Okay. Alright, fine and tested. Also, this is extra. Sometimes there's a little bit of what seems like a guessing game, trying to figure out if this piece or that piece is meant to be there. And that admittedly is a little tricky, can be a little tricky. I prefer this test horse over the HEMA that you usually see people use. My personal preference anyway. I think that this one is more likely to make a solid bind where it won't break later. At least that's been my experience. Now, we're going to test it out on this arm here. And while it's hopefully cementing, I will open up another model, another piece. If this doesn't work, that's okay. We're just going to have to use super glue. I am hoping that this will. I have had this since before Corona. Now, I haven't been building with it constantly, but it has gotten me through thick and thin, this thing. There is not much left, and it flows very slowly though, so getting it out the first time is the trick. Alright. Alright. Hey. There we go. Sorry, just a moment. Ah, there you are. Okay. Now, please, 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 for my sanity's sake, please work. I would really appreciate it if you would. It may sound really, really obvious in retrospect. I discovered the first time that I ever worked with resin does not bond with liquid cement. Resin is not plastic. Sometimes it's called plastic glue. That would be the giveaway, but I was not aware of that. So we're going to wait here because it doesn't seem like it's taking yet. Also, it's sticking to my finger. Ooh. Well, it hasn't seemed to have done anything just yet. Oh dear goodness. Oh, well, it still hasn't. Keeps getting stuck to my finger. Would you not, please? If I can let it go and let it start resting without it coming up off my finger again. Then after some time, we can see if it works. Alright, so while that is... Oh, hi, hello. Uh-oh. Just juggling a little blob of it down here. Right here. And unfortunately, I will turn it back up. If I get done with all of this and it hasn't worked, well, that answers my question, unfortunately. There'd you go. There'd you go. There did you go. Nice. What happened? Don't worry about it. It's all good. That little piece there just committed yeet, that's all. Pop. This set of, what would you call them? Hobby pliers? Hobby clippers? There we go, clippers. Is from the Army Painter, which is great. I like the long handle. It isn't the most long-lasting. It isn't the longest lasting, though. Maybe it's just me. There may actually be something to that if I'm gripping them too hard, because that may or may not be what happens with my controllers too, so it may be a me problem. And my controllers don't seem to last as long as they should. And then I will shape that with the hobby knife. Let me take a sec. Like I said before, just side to side motion. You don't have to push very hard. Although it can be a little tricky to see with this piece where it even is that I'm supposed to cut. Pull it off. here's a fun little fact that I learned yesterday. So I think I must have heard this before, but it just didn't click with me maybe. The voice actress for Mael, the English voice actress for Mael in Clair Obscur Expedition 33, is the same one that voices Shadowheart in Baldur's Gate 3, another game that I picked up 400,000 years ago it seems, and didn't actually get around to playing. Great game, I just haven't played it yet. We'll get around to it. I am at the point now where if I never bought another game, I would still have more than enough to get a channel buy. It's just that if I never bought another game, it would quickly turn into a retro channel. You know. I'm going to give you a little bit longer. This guy is... All of my soldiers are right-handed, are they? Yes, all of my soldiers are right-handed, every last one. At least amongst these. Ah, okay. Oh, put it onto this one instead. Uh-oh. You know, that might not be enough. Just the residuals from where it was sliding down the tube, the nozzle, might not be enough. Oh, there it goes. All right. Oh. You know, turns out the way that this piece is built, I should have actually tested to see if this one sticks first. Crap. No, it looks like it's super glue, because that has done actual factual nothing. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. This looks to not be the kind where you can use liquid cement. You seem to have to use super glue. Oh dear. Oh well. It's plastic. It's given as, what was it, thermo-injected plastic, I believe is the term used on their website, but it's not seemingly the kind that you can use liquid cement on. Bit of a bummer, but we'll get by. Of all the red on the end of this one, I wonder where that came from. All the red paint. That's the answer. It's from all the red paint. Alright. Well. Not hard to pry off at least, because it didn't do anything, so that makes it easier. Oh dear. I'm glad that I picked up some extra super glue then. Turns out that was a good investment. Sadly, this might take a little bit longer than I would have liked as a result. But that's okay. We'll still get a decent portion of the army put together. And I have a lot to put together. There is some case to be made for some of these for sub-assembly painting, but I'm not sure that I care quite that much. Some of these. I'm not sure. Maybe I should? But a wise man once said, and I quote, "Ain't nobody got time for that." Alright, if I'm not careful, some of the super glue gets on my finger, and then actually lifting my finger off of the piece becomes a trick. However, I seem to need to put some pressure on it, because since this piece is weirdly balanced? If I don't, that should be fine. It comes right off, falls right off. This one upside down for a bit. That should be fine. Okay, so these stay together, these stay together. While I'm waiting for them to dry, I think it's not a bad idea to set multiples of these going at the same time. That while one is drying, I can work on the next. All right, here we are. There's that. Here we go. Bunch of little bits you wouldn't think of, but this didn't come off of the sprue, so little extra bits to cut off here and there. That's fine. It's not too bad. The actual cutting of the excess usually isn't a problem. Sometimes it's a little ambiguous whether it's part of the model, but obviously my shield doesn't have a spike on it. That sort of thing. That sort of thing makes it easier. And if you're ever wondering, you can always look at the pictures that they have. That makes it easier too. Double check really quickly. I don't know, but I feel like I'd be missing something here. Hello. Whoa. What a piece. What a piece, let me tell you. Which one are you? It doesn't look like that's how it should work. Apparently it is, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, I see. I see which one you are. Alright. Fair enough. Well, okay. Actually, let me do it on this piece instead. Oh, that was easy. Alright, now you should be nice and solid enough anyway. I'm not going to tempt fate on that one just yet though. Somehow I get the impression you might not be, so just to be on the safe side, we're going to work on the left side. My right, your left. Also, this person's left. A friend who has me assembling his models, I can see why. I can see why. It can be a little bit annoying. It's mostly the super glue, to be honest. I do prefer if they're the kind of plastic that you can use the liquid cement on, but having tried it now, no. Unfortunately, it looks like it's not. As much as I wish, it is not. There we go. Right. Very good. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm supposed to hold this one a little bit more, which I would really like not to, if I can help it. Hmm. Okay. Cool. Cool. I'm going to be patient with you, I think. Set you on this little bed where nothing bad is going to happen to you. So let me cut this off really quickly while I'm thinking about it. I was worried that if I don't, I will forget because it is me. I am bound to forget. Alright, you. See where that arm goes. See if I can find where you go first. Ah, there we are. Little scabbard. Just find out where that goes first. Foist. Where it goes, foist. There we are. Honestly, this one seems to be cooperative enough. No, let's wait. We'll wait. I would say we could try to do both at the same time, but this guy needs to go ahead anyway, so it's fine. Works out. All right. We'll have a whole unit of these made pretty quickly. Again, we have the same. This is pretty alright. Maybe I could wait. I shouldn't though, just to be on the safe side. Yeah. In this case, I don't think I should. It's always fun when you hear the super glue bottle hissing at you. It means you are almost out. One pet that you cannot feed. It's like the ants in the Monty Python pet sketch, pet ant. Oh dear. Now I just have to wait for a bit. Give it a bit and it'll keep working. Okay. And you are another in the same line of models. Very good. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. Means we'll have all four of these put together. Now, I'll show you, well, it'll be a bit hard to tell, unfortunately, because of it doesn't focus very well on things put up close to it. But all of them have a simple but elegant little shield design. These are, let's see, what do we call these models? Let's see, Hegemony of Embersig. I'm just going to check. One moment. These are Black Legion Bucklermen. So they're buckler shields. Admittedly, they strike me as being a bit too big to be bucklers, but so they are. Alright. Now I can probably set you down. I think. I hope. Now if I find that it is stuck, that will be entirely my fault. That's what I'm going with. sure it's nice and... We can do better than that. Say nice and clean. There's a whole mold line to get rid of, too. Oh, that's right. It's a scheduled stream. I actually forgot to put out the notification on Discord. Stream notifications on my server are opt-in. I don't do the... Oh, a bit closer. I don't do the whole @everyone spam that I know a lot of people really dislike. You know, every time that there's an upload, I don't do that. I think people tend not to like that, and I can't blame them. I mean, admittedly, I have been one of those people that's left a server just simply because of how much of that there's been. Alright. I guess I should let one of these pieces be drying first. That's probably nice. That's probably a good idea. Whale. Whale, whale, whale. Alright. Let's see. One moment. Alright, almost there. Cool, and we're good. Alright. Oh, actually that's a way I can see. Oh, you know what, that's a way that I can see chat a bit better. The dashboard might be broken, but I can just use the actual stream itself, the monitoring side of it. Alright, so that's all of you. While that's working, let me put just the tiniest bit of super glue onto this one, this a piece, this a piece, piece of pizza, and so on and so forth. And to make my students cringe with you know, someone my age doing Gen Alpha slang. It was great. It was fantastic. It was good cringe though. Endearing cringe. Made the students laugh. Oh, to be known like that. To be thought of like that. Oh, okay, this one is not cooperative. Uh-oh. I might have made a bit of a mistake. Nope, we're good. There it goes. Just getting it into place was the trick is all. Is all. And then, since it's here, we should also work on getting the wing, the Black Legion wing, put onto it. Or Feathers of the Legion, or what have you. Will hold still. I mean, that's not going to be enough. We're going to have to actually put it onto both sides, I think. Which is less than ideal. No. I know you can't see, but apologies. I just need to get this one close to my face. Hold it for long enough that it starts drying, and once it starts drying, then we should be fine. Alright, that's as far up as it will go. I can let go, Keep it balanced. Does it not turn? Oh, good God. Sweet goodness. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now I just let you should be done as long as that piece does not come out. Try to set you where you're tilted just a little bit in that direction. Okay, and you are also done, buddy. All right. Hey, progress. Let's start putting something onto you first, actually. Nice. What a nice chill song. The whole album. All of these albums are pretty chill. Man, oh man. Yeet. Just flies over. It's great. Didn't hit me in the eye this time, though. So, I will gladly take that. That's an nice improvement over last stream. Very good. Right. Oh, and yeah, one tiny little bit on your helmet. Right. You will give me just a quick moment. Mute. I take it on good authority that nobody wants to hear that. Alright, coffee break. Alright. Oh yeah. So it does make it a little bit easier to remember that everyone has they have the same handedness. It does make it a bit easier. Now this looks wrong. It should be... Nope, that's correct. The shield is way off to the side. Yep, no, I was looking at the wrong model. Yep, nope, now it makes sense. Whoops. Whoops. Whooper. You go. And then, honestly, because of the way that this is positioned, I think that I can kill two birds with one stone. Now, whether that's the wisest move or not, I'm not sure. But I'm going to try to apply two pieces at once. The reason being that if I set them up properly, neither one of them will be touching the ground. And the ground is an issue because it can push them out of place. The trick. Letting go is always tough, right? As I am going to discover in, oh my goodness, it is only 7 more years. Get out. It doesn't feel real. I at the very least need to finish building this the Hegemony side of the battle pack and this smaller supplement. The two of those together comprise what is called an action pack. An action pack is basically a starter set. It's everything you need to play the game. If I have both, then I'll have enough to play a game at the minimum. Now, I'll need more than that, ideally. I'll have more than that I built. But that'll at least give me a start. Get me started. Let's see if I can flip this around because I'm not sure. Oh, that is right. That is good. Okay. Extreme off chance. I could finish my stream early by my standards, I should say. Not early by my standards. This is taking a while. I put a little too much super glue on. The upside, it should be more secure. The downside is that it will take longer to dry. It's also, by virtue of taking longer to dry, it's easy to get it not in quite, in other words, to slightly move it, which means it won't get a nice solid bond. I can find, that's a good balance point for it. Now, while it's there, let's see if I can fish out a little, crap. A little piece of debris. Got in there. Oh, I can paint over that. Alright. Need to hurry. Yeah, it couldn't be too easy. There has to be some complication. Because I'm working with super glue though, this is unfortunately the trick. If you will stay like that, then we are set. We are golden. We are good as Gouda. Big if true. Now, I'm not sure that I should trust you. I will watch your career with insert rest of the line here, because I don't remember exactly how it goes. Great interest. That's it, great interest. So this one is coming down. I see. Does this fit? It's not a particularly. It's hard to know whether you've actually fit into it or not. Okay, well. This is the last one for these though. Once it's done, I can switch over to some more. I only have 7 to do in this one. I believe 3 in the other, for a total of 10. And then I'll have everything I need done. But of course we will go with quite a bit more than that. Of course. It is also quite fortunate. My understanding is that, at least the way that the army is currently set up, it is quite fortunate that one of their best units also happens to be in the action pack. This is a game where morale actually does matter as a mechanic. Sorry, 40k, you don't count. Let me fix this really quickly. Is this the button? There's the button. Okay. Oh. Perfect. I'm gonna turn into Link doing those noises. Yeah. Alright. Very good. Very good. Oop. Okay. Where the heck did you go then? So I turn it down like this so that if it falls, it goes this way. I did not see where it went. It seems kind of silly to think, well, it could bounce all the way off that, but yeah, no, actually it can do that. Well, that was a really, really sloppy cut, so I'll have my work cut out for me. Like that. That's what can happen if you don't. Alright, you first. You cut away from my finger. You do this little number really quickly. As one does. Let's see. So we shouldn't have, I don't think anyway, that we will have Tybros and Lila join us this stream, because they stream today themselves. So there we go. That's fun. That's good. I don't actually remember, unfortunately, what they're. I remember Friday is Claire Obscure, but I think they said they were doing a collab of some sort today. So don't quote me on that. I've been trying to take fewer collabs myself, but I still have collabs ongoing that I am not keen on just canceling, just telling people, hey, no, we can't do this, you know, anymore, because I've already made the commitment. So I haven't been starting up too much. This Saturday we'll have Helldivers, and after this Saturday it's probably going to go to a sporadic, instead of dedicated days, it'll be a sporadic thing for the time being, until I can clear my schedule a little bit of some collabs that I already have. Every Tuesday is Pal World, although this most recent one we had to cancel because one of our mates had internet issues, which is to say didn't have internet. That does make it tricky, and it was, I'll say it's weird to say the most important. The only one of us that had not played Pal World prior to this, so if anyone shouldn't miss anything, it's the one that, you know, we started the collab for, I guess, if that makes sense. Everybody else had already played it at least a little bit, which is fair. It's fun. Goodness. There you go. Making good ownership of my model. Try to make it look all nice and fancy. You are being good. I like you. I like you, buddy. Alright. I'll say that's fine for now. Good times. Yeah, a little bit more. Oh, hold on. That's something I forgot to do. Alas. Oh well. I could have also put this on the short stream as well. I should have, but it's a little. This is perhaps not the best format for it. Oh, this is the Plague Doctor Knight, or Plague Doctor Assassin. Ah, okay. There we go. Good times. Good time. Oh, you're reaching into your back pot. Okay, that's pretty cool. What's the order, though? Let's start with doing the head, probably. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's right. Okay, there it is. Well, the head and the bust, I should say, because it's about the shoulders up. Thereabouts. Bust to bust. If you know, you know. This one, I feel confident saying it'll last. It'll be fine. Okay. Good. There is a temptation to. Yeah, I might actually. No, I'll prime them first before I put them on their bases. It would make them easier to manage, but it's alright. That'll be my project for tomorrow. Now, is there really... This is it for the pack, it seems. Uh-oh. It seems like either the pocket touches or the arm touches, but it's hard to make both work. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh boy. What if I turn it? Uh-oh. Yep. So we just unfortunately this one is pretty alright. I don't think there's anything I can do about this one. The model is just scuffed. If I make the pocket go far enough down that it touches, unfortunately the arm will not be in its socket. It seems like I can't do both at the same time. Try to stretch it just a tiny little bit, but I really don't want to break it. What I could try to do, though, is, not now, but later, fill that gap with something. Okay, maybe a little bit now. Actually, a little bit. That is going to be really annoying, though. Makes me wonder if I might have done something. Cut a little bit too much off, for instance. Use the paper towel to absorb some extra super glue off of it. Not too much, just whatever doesn't go inside of the gap being created there. God, that is miserable. It's like he completely, not even dislocated his shoulder. His shoulder just came off entirely. There's no skin or muscle still holding it together. It's just a separate piece. In other words, bro got disarmed. Ha, ha, ha. There's your dad joke for this stream. Okay. I have someone that I occasionally redirect into that I met through playing Palworld named QuinCatVT. First time coming into his stream, he was playing Palworld and he was in an area with a bunch of was it, it was not the Gobfin area. It was the cell rays. He was around a bunch of cell rays. And other water, Pinglet, other water pals. And so I just started spamming water jokes, or just anything to do with sea life, because I am so funny, I guess. No. It worked. It made him laugh. It was cool. Therefore, I kept doing it. Unfortunately, at some point, it probably got cringe, but he said, "Oh my god," 700 times, which unfortunately fueled me, as is the case with dad jokes. That is how dad jokes, unfortunately, persist. Oh dear. There we go. Oh, yep, it did bounce. It bounced off of the blanket. This is a... Yeah, this is a blanket. There's a rug underneath. I hope you all... Oh my. I hope you all are doing fine. Not many viewers now, but we had a little bump earlier. I see on my dashboard. The part of the dashboard that is still working. That is cool. I think anyway. I think it's cool. I think you all are cool. Well, this one is nice and easy to put together. This is it. It's just 2 pieces. Which is hopefully light and easy and... Oh, wait a minute. No, it can't be that simple. There has to be something stupid to it. Of course. Of course. It's not quite getting in there. Ha ha ha. Hardy har har. Look, I am extremely mature. Hear me roar. Oh, there we are. Oh god, if I just do it like this, there's going to be a pretty sizable gap, unfortunately. Now, what is that supposed to be? There's a piece down here. Oh, no, that is meant to be there. Good, good, good. I did check to make sure, though. This is definitely one of those I really wish that the liquid cement worked parts of the model. It's only 2 pieces, but this front part doesn't quite fit, and it is quite annoying. I can't really show you very well, because when I bring it closer to... even from there, you can probably see there's a little bit of a gap. That darkness underneath and around the head, yeah, that is a gap. The pieces are supposed to be closer to one another. I could try to find something to shave down to get it to fit, and that isn't the worst idea I've ever had, but I have to be really, really careful in doing so. I don't mess up the model irreparably. Alright. We only have one more after this, and it's our mage. Because this one is 2 pieces, I'm actually going to wait on it. Do it in a bit, while some of this one is drying. And then I will be done with the hegemony side of this action pack. Now it comes with 2 armies. What am I going to do with the other army? I'll just have something I can play at home, probably. Give T1 Stoneforge Mystic something to play against. She does actually like this army too, though, believe it or not. She likes the, well, so for northern tribes, she likes specifically the blue elves. She thinks that the blue elves are cool. Unfortunately, there aren't too many there's 1, I think, no, there are none in this action, or in this battle box. Beyond Winds from the North, the smaller version has only blue elves. Yeah. Blue elves. Wait a minute. I should be playing them because I like Tau. And they're blue, and I'm T1 Glistener Elf. I have to represent the faction, right? No. It's not quite how that works. Except that's totally how it works. Little bit up here off. There There's your staff. There's your head. There we are. Here we go. Hiya. Nope. I'm pretty sure that you're not supposed to have a cowlick, so let me cut that off. Alright, very good. You are facing this way. Alright. Sorry, how does this fit together? Oh, okay. Some more to cut off, actually, it appears. Ooh, goodness. Yeep. Let me not cut my finger off, please. That would be less than ideal. I would much rather not do that if I can help it. Hopefully, totally, definitely, definitely. Hopefully, totally, definitely, most definitely, eh? He says as he's getting dangerously close to doing exactly that. Oh, there we go. No, that worked. That worked. There we are. Not too long ago, I found a book published by an old professor of mine, and not, at a university publisher. Well, not at a, the school bookstore. I mean, a general publisher. I thought that was kind of cool. Wasn't quite my thing, but maybe I should have bought it just to support my old professor. Probably should have, right? Maybe? I'm not sure how far this is supposed to go. Here. Let me switch hands and try it the other way, too. Looks like I'm supposed to fit you right here. Now if I let go... Yep, okay, that's exactly it. It does leave a little bit of a gap underneath, but that could just be filled by the super glue. Hopefully that's all that it is. It also be that it could be that I cut a little bit too much off earlier. So we put just a tiny bit on the back here. And then a glob underneath. Unironically though, a glob under there is probably not a bad idea. Alright, bud. There you go. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now, while that is drying, let me cut out some more pieces. This is definitely the most complicated one in the box, by a pretty substantial margin, it seems. I'll just set you up there for right now. It's convenient that they're forming a line right about where the camera cuts off. Anything I set below that shouldn't be visible. In other words, all my trash. This is all one piece. It is the staff. A good friend of mine pointed out to me the other day, Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up and Together Forever, that guy, has a new single out. It's pretty good. It struck me as odd when I first listened to it though, because he no longer sounds the way that I remember him. Still sounds good, but he sounds different, which, you know, age will do that. Or he's leaned into a different style, or both. Leaned into a different style because of his age. It's inevitable that you will sound different as you age. I made the brilliant decision to take a nap instead of getting dinner before stream, so I'm feeling it. It's okay. Coffee is an appetite suppressant, which is totally what I'm going to be banking on. From my finger, although it's a bit hard to cut this in any direction because the piece is wobbling. Can't push too hard, of course. Now, since I've got some progress made, move my fingers to the other side so I don't, you know, slice my fingers. No, we don't want any $2 slices on here. I don't, anyway. It would be less than fun. Alright. Go. Oh, okay. Easy peasy. Oh, that's where it flew off to. Perfect. Okay. Well, let me glue something down. Probably need to put these together first, I think. Oh god, what a fit. How on earth are you supposed to come together right now over me? Insert rest of song here. Okay, good. Okay. Wow, sweet. Oh dear, sweet baby Uncle Ben. Alright, that's how it fits. Just like that. Okay. Very good. Now this one I'll have to hold for a while though. Sweet baby Uncle Ben. Perfect. Okay. Just hold it for about, just to be safe, let's say 30 seconds. That is a lot of super glue. He says, as he lets it go. It's doing a handstand, see? It's just balancing. So I'll just balance it. Perfect. Okay. Now, while that's drying, perfect, just like that. You should try to get it low enough that you all can see. makes it a little bit harder on me, but that's okay. Alright, I'll know that I have it right when the staff is about the same level as the bottom of the feet. Well, that is correct. I guess it's actually a little bit above the bottom, though. Might make it easier to paint doing it this way. Although, if I want to make it just like what we see in the sample, that's as close as we're going to get. Your head is not turned. It is? My character's head is not turned as far as what we see in the picture, and yet it actually works. It would look wrong if I didn't have it this way. The reason is, okay, so this person does not just have a ponytail. They also have what would you say, where the head meets the body piece, right above that, so on the bottom of the head, a little decorative bun, I guess, for lack of a better word. It has a donut shape to it, and then it comes down into the ponytail. If I turned the head the way that they have it in the picture, that donut would be way off to the side of the ponytail. It would look like they're disconnected from one another. So I actually like the way that I did it. It also seems to just fit better with the costume that I have. There's a design on this character's right collar that you would not be able to see if you turned it the way that they have it in the picture. Which sort of implies to me that they, I would think anyway, that they want you to be able to see that? You would think? Maybe? Alright, cool. Now, while that's drying, and that's drying, now it's time to get on to you. I'm going to do one more test really quickly. Make absolutely sure that I get it in the right spot before we do anything. So I know where it goes before I blow it up. Your mom. Whatever. Here we are. Let's see. Ah. Is that it? Yee. Yee. No? Yeah, yee. Perfect. Alright, here. This is a great idea. We're going to add glue to approximately yes of it. Little bit. Lot bit. Tiny bit. Alright. I better hurry and get it right on my fingers. Brilliant. Brilliant job. Uh-oh. Little gap. Okay, good. 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 Excellent. Since I have it on the leg piece, I need to turn it this way so that whatever drainage happens downwards onto the cape. Alright, I'm not completely confident that you are done drying yet. So, while I'm waiting for it, let me open up the next one. Let me keep this. I collect those for my mom. It's just a tiny little plastic bag with a, let's say, a Ziploc seal to it. But Ziploc, that's the brand. It's a resealable bag. But my mom uses those for her sewing equipment, sewing stuff. Let me put these in Lady Telia. Oh, and skin changers. Cool. Well and good. We'll work on those later. Rules for them. It's their data sheet. Yes, their data sheet comes with the models. Games Workshop could take a lesson from that. That would be handy. Or not, I guess. I guess they don't have to. So it should be these three. 1, 2, 3. Very good. I did say that this is a faction with... it's a multicultural faction, multi-ethnic faction, multiracial faction. And by that I mean humans, elves, and dwarves all working together. There are dwarves in this one, where the previous one only had humans and elves. 2 dwarves here. Now, that may sound a bit odd, but if you were to buy them as the action pack, it's all 10 of them together, so you'd get all 3 in the same pack, as opposed to doing 2 separate packs. But it's different for this one. Go figure. Exactly, like that. Alright. Let's work on you first, I guess. This time I'll actually keep the plastic out, so that as I work on them, I have a point of reference that I can use. Oh dear. Oh dear. In other words, I don't mix up which piece goes to what, like I almost did earlier with the bulwarks. Thankfully, in that case, it was pretty hard to mess it up. I guess I'll work on these first, trim off a little bit of plastic, give it a bit more time, then we'll be good. Go. Oh, there we are. I had to make sure that I had it right. Let's see. You are drying. I'm going to move you up here, bud. And move you. You're still drying, actually, too. Oh, boy. Let me not forget which one is which. That would be pretty bad. Make sure that that's right. You have an epic cowlick, dude. Let's see. Oh, and work on your feet. I don't think it would be best for you to be on stilts. Something tells me that that's not the most battle-appropriate way to be. Well, they are dwarves, though, so would let them get 2 other races' height. Oh, poor things. I don't think that a dwarf would appreciate me saying poor thing about it. I don't even think that the halflings would appreciate that. Okay, well, instead of flying across space and time, these just daintily fall. I'm alright with that, I guess. Good. Alright, so good news. Sinuses are doing better now. Very, very much appreciated. I like breathing. It's a lot better than the alternative. Well, I might make a trip over to the kettle and make some tea here in a second. You know the drill. Sorry. Tea and honey would be handy. Okay. It looks... No, it is dry. There's a tiny little bit that's still shiny, the shine that you get from the super glue still being liquid, but just a tiny bit. Most of it is good to go. Alright, now I'm going to hope that I'm not going to regret this, doing it in this order. If I can get this all situated properly. Oh, I should not do this yet. If I'm going to go make a drink, I should probably do that first. Whatever, we're already here. We're already at the dance. And YOLO and all that jazz. I used way too much, I think. Alright, buddy. I can't let you go yet, he says, as he lets it go. It looks wrong. No, it is tilted in the picture. Oh, no, it almost matches the tilt of his head. And to be fair, it probably should match the tilt of his head. It might just be that my cutting wasn't very clean. That makes some sense. In that case, hold on, let me see if I can turn it a little bit more inside. Nope, the tab block prevents that, which is probably a good thing. And to be fair, he is supposed to be looking at the enemy, presumably. The book is next to his field of view, but the enemy is in his line of sight. So that's fair. That's alright. Alright, that was easier than I thought it would be. Quite a good bit easier. Alright, backpack goes next. Which one is... oh, I see. Do it this way, then. Very good. Uh-huh. Stream Elements has to advertise itself on my stream. It's great. It's great. Now it's alright. Let's see. Let's let you be right here so that I don't get them mixed up. Ah, no cowlick. No soup for you. Flies off into, oh, nowhere. It actually stuck to the clippers. Hey, don't mind if you do. I'm telling you, these songs get in your head. I had a realization the other day. I think that it might actually be the case that my favorite song now does in fact come from Expedition 33. If you've played the game, if you've beaten the game, if you've heard all the songs in the game, you know what it is. Even if it's not your favorite, you know what I'm thinking of. Anyway, I'm trying to save myself time by working with that instead of the hobby knife. While that piece over there is drying. What time is it? Oh, okay. Ah, it has been an hour and a half, hasn't it? Ah, it has, okay. This is taking longer than I thought it would. Now, granted, that's because we're having to work with super glue, but still, it is in fact taking longer. So, I may not get as much done as I would have liked then. I'm hoping that I can at least make enough that I can start priming some models for battle on Monday. I have a friend of mine who is going to be leading myself and another guy through a demo game. So I better know my faction a little bit. And that's in not quite a week, but we're getting on up there. He's a good friend. He's a good guy. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I might know who the other guy is that I'll be playing. Without giving his real name, because no one's going to... I shouldn't give his real name, but if I give his nickname, no one's going to know who it is. It's a friend of mine named Angel. It's his nickname. It's pretty cool. If it's who I think it is. Somebody that got into Infinity, and I believe... into this as well. Okay, yep, so the spade is on top. And let me use entirely too much super glue again. Okay, that should be doable. That should be fine. Okay. There we go. All right. Actually, let me work on it. Oh, great. Alright, let me dry test it first. It's another 3-point connection. My favorite. My absolute favorite. No, it's okay. This is doable. Yep, okay, that's good. That's... Oop, no, it was good. No, that's good. That's fine. Because of the way that that's built, I could put too much glue on and it would still work. Which is handy. In fact, let me see if I can just finish the model in one fell swoop. Because it is a 3-point connection, should try to get it all done together. This is going to be all kinds of fun though. And if you're wondering why I keep setting the bottle up, which means I have to go back through letting it drain through the nozzle again, it's because it will drain down, or drain towards the end of the nozzle, and dry, and ruin it. If I don't. That may or may not have happened to me before. So just abundance of caution, you know. Ooh, okay. Okay. We have another, like the assassin from earlier. It's going to be a little bit disconnected. Nope, nope, nope. We're fine. Stuck to my finger, but we're fine. Oh, crap. Here. You put just a little lot. Good. Enough to let it drain in. I will have to hold this one for an awfully long time though, so if anyone wants to tell me about life, the universe, and everything, the history of the world part 1, anything like that, you are more than welcome to, because then I'm going to be a sec. Also, this dwarf has I'm going to call it a cigar. That's what it looks like. It looks like it has a cigar in its mouth. Not a good habit. Looks pretty cool though. Also, they have, if I paint it the same way that they have in their colors here, they have Kaya from Magic the Gathering. She kind of looks the part. She looks like, what if Kaya, she's got that, she's black but kind of light, has the hair in the same style but being swept back a bit, and she has Chandra's goggles. Oh, and also a gun, you know, which Kaya clearly uses. Every character in Magic the Gathering clearly needs a gun. No, it's Sahili that comes from the steampunk plane. Sometimes you just want to be a stand-up philosopher. Man, if only. Unfortunately, philosophy majors are less likely to have that as a job and more likely to, you know, I hate it. It's an old joke, but be asked. Be asked for their order I give you my order, unfortunately. Not a whole lot of demand for philosophy majors. As fun as that would be, as much as I wish. Unless you're quoting something. If that's a reference to something, then I'm afraid I missed it. Alright, buddy, I'm going to trust you to not fly apart. Let the glue dry. Alright. We'll say that that's fine. Did you try to? Oh dear goodness. There's something I'm not going to read on stream. I'm sorry. I'm going to be a coward. I'm not going to read that on stream. No. No. Alright. I'm going to wait to try to clue you down. History of the... History of the World Part 1. Yep. That's... Everything is obvious once you know the answer. Goodness. Goodness, T1. My goodness. God hath given us these 10 commandments. Brilliant. Brilliant. Right. Do not cut off the bottom of the rifle. Tiberos will kill you. Also Senator. Also Kara. Also... I don't know. Our gun enthusiast. Resident gun enthusiast. Alright. I saw that you mentioned that you do Health to the Company and Parting Glass at the end of Ren Fair. I get nostalgic when I hear that song. I wish I could show this to you, by the way. I wasn't joking. This is Kaya from Magic the Gathering. This is just straight up Kaya. Kaya if she stole Chandra's goggles. That's too much. Alright, here we go. And then gun. Oh boy. Oh boy. This, Wow. I cannot say that I have found the build quality of these minis to be very good. There is a tab on this one and a slot on this one. If you line them up such that the tab will fit into the slot, it will be so high that the cloak here, which you really do need to keep, will get in the way of the upper part of this model. It is disappointing. At least for this one. I admit, it is not the same level of quality that I would hope for. Knight says, so I heard 1987 by Steel Panther on the radio today. Looked at the official video, forgot I'd left a comment on it. And they hearted? Okay, that's awesome. Dude, that is cool. That's cool. Man, that would make my day. Hope it made yours. Goodness. I don't know that I've gotten a heart on a particularly big publisher's, I don't like saying creator, but you know what I mean, YouTube channel. A heart from a big YouTube channel. Today, in things that really don't matter, I don't like just using the term creator or content creator because it sounds intellectually lazy, as if to say I couldn't think of a better way to describe what I couldn't think of a way to describe what I do, so I'm just going to use the generic term that everyone uses. I don't like it. But then again, I'm also being a pedant for absolutely no reason. Like everyone already knows about me. Here, let's snip that bit off the side. See if that helps. It's a little closer. There's still going to be a gap between the cloak and the breastplate, though. If it works the way I think it works, though, what I imagine is that you probably found out because your comment always gets sent up to the top, right? Well, unless you sort it where it's newest first, then it may not. It should not in that case. Goodness. How did they do it? Alright. To be honest, I kind of don't want to do that piece now. It just... Goodness. Admittedly, I probably should still do it, but I'm a little bit frustrated with it. Little bit. Good bit. Whole hefty amount of a bit. Do what you love. Which is why I do... No. 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 I'll be good and not incessantly make jokes like that all the time, just most of the time. Just most of the time. As you do. Okay, as I do. Uh-oh. We have another 3-point connection that isn't exactly working out. Hey, Zos! Oh, what's up? Hold on, just a quick moment. Trying to get these pieces to all fit together nicely. Play together well, kids, would you? Okay, I'm going to say that that's close enough for horseshoes. Totally, as it comes up with my finger. A tiny little bit of... Well, okay, since that's the case. Some super glue got on my finger, pulled the piece up with it. So as you can imagine, not quite ideal. Now, while it's drying, I'll read your comment. Alright. That's... No one is going to notice if it's a little bit misaligned. If it's a little bit. That's better. Oh, but then now you come up on that side. I have not been very impressed with the build quality. Not of these. Okay. Infinity is known for having 90s Japanese cyberpunk vibes. Does this have any similar aesthetics? I'm using the steampunk faction, but that's as far technologically as this faction, as this game goes. It is high fantasy, late medieval high fantasy. Although I guess you do have feudum, goes a little bit further back. You have the multiple different, let's call them, not savage, that has some connotations to it, but you have the nature-oriented elves that really act the part. You have the we lost the war and are now going to be corrupted by evil, but we totally make it our own, and therefore are not evil. Sure, let's go with that. Faction of elves. You have... Oh, I guess actually the dwarves might be more technologically advanced than my faction, but we don't know yet. They haven't been released. We've seen the pre-order units, and they look like they could be. You know, they're dwarves. They're fantasy dwarves. No? Now, you say that about known for having 90s Japanese cyberpunk vibes, and yes, you're right. I will say that the faction that I play is the Assassins. So I miss out on that a bit, but I think it's a cool looking faction. It's a fun faction in a different way. I get to play the tricky movement. No one knows how to play this faction because it's so complicated one. It's great. Camouflage units and infiltrators, and Cool stuff like that. It's really neat. It's really fun. And if it's not, too bad, because I have already spent enough on it. Yeah, I have, I think, one of every assassin model now. Well, that's currently around, I should say. Not that's ever been made, but that's currently around. I actually could afford to cut a little bit more off, even. Uh-oh. Oops. That's fine. That little bit that I cut off there? Yeah, guess what? I wasn't supposed to do that. It's fine. Even if I didn't cut it off, this doesn't look like... Oh, not... It's a crooked connection. Oh, Kaya. Kaya. I have been impressed with the builds in Infinity, though. So it's not a Corvus Belli problem. Maybe it's a manufacture. The Infinity miniatures, most of them are metal. All of the ones that I've seen so far for Warcrow are this thermo-injected plastic. And maybe it's just that I haven't been impressed with that. Because I have very much not been impressed with that. I hate to say. Alright. Let's put a little bit more on the top. By a little bit, I mean apparently gobs of the stuff. Got nostalgic earlier today, thinking about some old friends that I don't see anymore. Nothing with us, we're just not in the same place. Friends from an old workplace, and we're all... I'm not sure that any of us are still there anymore. It's unfortunate, but sometimes life is just like that. And yes, night. Sometimes you have to put it down for a moment. Just now seeing that comment, sorry. Maybe because I had not put it down, like I should have. Alright. Oh, to your namesake, the faction that Evangeline likes the most is called Feudum. They're a more traditional medieval kingdom. Knights and peasant army and priest and stuff like that. Of course, she likes knights. She wants to be a knight one day. That hasn't changed in years. And I'm not going to tell her. She knows she can't actually be a knight, but yeah, let someone dream, right? Let a kid dream. Don't let your memes be memes. As a wise... Well, okay. I don't know that anyone has called Shia LaBeouf wise in a while. As Shia LaBeouf once said. Oh, it's a 2-point connection. Here, we can fix that really quickly then. Yeah, no problem. And then just a tiny bit there. Good. Alright, ignoring the ugly as sin gap where her cloak meets, it's fine. A lot of the old cavalry units from Britain, like the Lifeguards, still exist today as armored cavalry units, by the way. Are they still actual cavalry, actual horses, or is it now a euphemism for other vehicles? Because I know that happens sometimes. Well, it's Britain. They're actual cavalry. They still have horses in London. Yeah, they are. You saying she likes horses? She does like, well, I mean, she's a little girl. What little girl doesn't like horses? Although she's not obsessed with them. I think she just... We used to live next to a pasture where our light vehicles, there you go, our neighbors had horses, and they were friendly enough that if you held still at the edge, they would eventually come up and let you pet them. It was adorable. Well, okay, all but one of them would. One of them was quite antisocial. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so you are good, you are good, you will be good. Technically, well, I can play the game now. I have enough that I have an action pack worth, and that's all that I need to play. But now, let me get around to, let me put them up by what packs they came from. Now I get to build the stuff that I really want. In real life, I used to, back when I was in uni, and I was actually near a place where I could do it, I used to do HEMA. HEMA, H-E-M-A, is Historical European Martial Arts. You know this sauce, but for the other 7 people that are watching. Okay, 6, because Knight's probably still here. The other 6 people who are watching. Historical European Martial Arts, which I like to summarize as, you know, you're fighting with weapons. Cool, well and good. It's martial arts, but we're teaching you how to use weapons like swords, for example. That's the extremely simplified way of putting it, right? So keep this around because it still has units for me to put together. Just not my faction, it's the other faction. Very good. These use one of the 2 weapons. It's my favorite weapon, and one of the 2 that I learned how to use. This is a Zweihander. It's German for two-hander. It is a sword that's so large you will necessarily have to use 2 hands. Setting it apart from something like a longsword, which is meant to be used with 2 hands, but you can use with 1. The way that I've had it described to me is that when it stops, the line where it stops being a longsword and becomes a greatsword is, can you hold the sword, you know, with your arm out to the side perpendicular to your body, hold the sword down. If you can do that and the sword does not touch the ground, it is a longsword. And that may sound like a silly rule, a sort of an arbitrary rule, but there are certain sword fighting techniques that don't work if you can't do that. So for example, even just something like a simple spin with a sword like this, you can't do that with a greatsword because it's so long, it touches the ground. Also, I am 5'6". I am short for a Zweihander user. You are ideally supposed to be taller than that when you use them. And the reason is, well, one, the taller you are, the longer the sword can be before it touches the ground. Gives you more reach, and that's often what you were using them for. If you're taller, you probably have a longer reach. Your arms are probably longer, so you get to take better advantage of that. And that was the main, well, I would say main function of the sword. It was a meta call in the late medieval period. Imagine that you have a faction, we're talking about real life, but you know what I mean. So you have Swiss long pikemen, and their whole shtick, as you can probably guess by the name, is that they use long pikes. They are so good at these, so good at using these, that sides will pay them not to fight against them. Yep, you pay them to fight for you, sure, but at the very least pay them not to fight against you. That's how much of a threat they were. However, they're using long pikes. Pikes are, of course, a polearm. Necessarily, in order to be that long, they can't be made of anything too terribly solid, like iron, or they'd be too heavy to use. They're wood, of course. Wood it will bend over that long distance, but importantly, wood is breakable. Now, good luck, because if I pull fully, I should be cutting while I'm at it, but you can fully withdraw, fully retract the pike, and if they get close enough to try to hit the pike, you can extend out and hit them. So what if you had a weapon that has a blade so long that it completely covers the distance from a fully retracted long pike and a fully extended one, where the only way that they could hit you is if they move forward and get out of formation? That's what this Zweihander was meant to do. You can use a blade that will hit those long pikes and break them. You can break them, or you could just hit them and knock them. You know, they're really long, so you can knock them out of formation, get them out of the way, so that you can get in. It's funny to say, it's a meta call. There's a meta game to real life military tactics. I just find that to be really funny. It's cool, but putting it that way, putting it in gaming terms, I find to be funny. Oh dear goodness. Anyway, the other weapon that I like using is a rapier, just because I really like the fighting style. So I fight with, I do HEMA. I'm ambidextrous in real life. Because I didn't really have a great deal of experience, aside from, you know, being a kid with a lightsaber swinging it around, I decided since I'm ambidextrous, I would learn to sword fight with my left hand. It gives me an advantage over a lot of other people. I will fight plenty of people who are right-handed. They will typically not fight a lot of people who are left-handed. That's especially true, I find, for the rapier, because you'll fight people, if they're right-handed, you'll fight them in what's called an open stance, and a lot of people don't. That's pretty unnatural. It's really cool when you do that sword and board, though, because if you have your shield in your right hand and your sword in your left hand, and they're the other way, like most people, the shield feels a lot less impactful because the shields are on the same side. It's a cool dynamic. Man, it's something I haven't done in years, and I can still just talk and talk and talk. Probably entirely too much about it. So maybe that's enough for right now. These units are kind of mixed together. There aren't enough bags that each one was wrapped individually, so I will have to figure out which part goes to which one. That's fine. Hopefully it's more obvious for some than others. No, yeah, we'll work on this. We'll work on it later. Work on it in a bit. Oh dear. I don't think that the rapier is the... I don't think that either one... Well, there is no perfect weapon. Every weapon has its use case. But yeah, I don't think that either one is necessarily the tippy top. Zweihanders are a meta call, and the rapier is... It's a noble sword. I don't dislike it. But, I mean, if you just made me choose between a rapier and a longsword, I'm picking the longsword. Well, I'd probably pick the rapier just because I have more experience with it. So, actually, I might have to use what I think is the worst answer, just because for me it might be better. Also, fun fact, rapiers are... rapier, we would typically say here, is a... You know, people get the impression that it's like a fencing saber where you thrust with it, but you can't slice. No, they were edged swords. You could still do that. I would even recommend it. Not the sword with the most reach, but had a surprising amount of reach for the weight. We call them the weight class that they were in. It's a weird way of putting it, because even something like a Zweihander is not that heavy. If she was what, 9 at the time? If my 9-year-old can lift one over her head and spin it around like a helicopter, blunted, but real weight, you can too. And yes, that's an actual sword technique, it's not just being silly. It's call it area denial. which, getting back to this game, actually plays to the fighting style that this unit has pretty well. They are, let's see, how do they word it here? Broadswords. Yeah, these are broadswords, surely. What a terrible name for the ability. But they can basically, if they attack a target, they get to move it. They get to do what's called shove, which is they force them to move. That's important because usually what happens in this game is that you fight them. If you win the combat, then you can try to shove them. But these actually get to do it beforehand. That's pretty impactful. You can, without giving them a chance to save, you can force them, for example, off of an objective. Which is really cool for winning on points. If you can get the opponent off of the objective, you get the points and they don't. Zoss says, a lot of weapons are primarily used for self-defense rather than warfare. Agree? One of the most essential parts for that is being able to be drawn quickly. Katanas and rapiers were good for that. They were. I am, here's my, probably these days not a terribly hot take, but you can sort of filter your audience with this take. I think katanas are a really overrated weapon. Not necessarily bad. Again, they had their purpose where they were, but I think that they're really, really overrated. Long story, extremely short. Have you ever wondered why katanas are curved, whereas a lot of European swords at the same time period were straight? There was a time when we did not have the technology to make swords that were both single-sided and straight. If they were single-sided, then they would be curved. The reason for that is the way that we actually made the swords. We smithed the swords. Obviously, you take a piece of metal, heat it up, shape it, and then as it cools, say it's a one-sided sword. In order to make it one-sided, one side is, when I say that I mean one edge, one has an edge, and the other is flat. It's not an edge, it's blunt. So a katana, for example. Strictly speaking, that's mostly a good thing. It is probably more useful to have one side be edged and the other side not, than to have it be double-edged most of the time. The second edge is usually not especially helpful. Niche cases, but usually you'd rather it be blunt for various fighting techniques or for not being turned against you. However, as the metal would cool, the thinner side, it would bend towards the thinner side, the edge side. And then as the other side, which is thicker, it would cool off last because it has more heat. As it cools, it will bend back in the other direction. That's the reason why katanas are curved, and slightly curved at that, not super curved. If you want to avoid that, you can make your sword two-edged, which is why European swords would be two-edged. It let them be straight, because neither side is thicker, and so neither side is pulling it in that direction as it cools. Yeah, that's the reason for it. Being a curved sword does have the disadvantage of getting less reach for the amount of weight that you have, which I think is not given enough. I don't think people pay enough mind to that disadvantage. Also, being curved does give it a little more cutting power, but I mean, katanas were not curved enough to have a great deal more cutting power, as opposed to a sword that's curved and made especially for that purpose. I'm trying to shape the back of the helmet here. Okay, that's probably good. In other words, it was the way it was because of technological limitations, or would have at the time been technological limitations. Not necessarily because they thought that that was the better way to make swords. It was just the way to make swords. Now for the joyous part of figuring out which one goes to which one. I guess I'll go for the one that you can do curve slash with it. Oh, draw slash. True. That is true. Yeah. remember I said that I like using Zweihanders? You know, you don't have to, you just already have it on your shoulder. Okay, that's cheating though. Having it on your shoulder already is cheating. I love that people have made back scabbards for huge swords like this. But as far as I'm aware, all of the ones that I've seen that actually work, that lets you draw them more or less from the side, are modern inventions, not anything that would have been contemporary in those days. Which is a shame, because that would have been neat to see. But yes, having a draw slash is pretty cool. The curve does facilitate that. Get you sticky fingers. But actually though, it looks like it has something dripping off of its fingers. I don't think I want that on my model. So when I would fight, God, I still haven't made those tournament videos into a short. One of these days I should. We had a local Renaissance fair over here. Very small, but we had a Renaissance fair near enough to where I live. And they held a tournament. It's just a simple 8-person, the first 8 people to sign up get in. Like, it was everything from like guy twice my age to kids. You know, it was not the most serious event. Spoiler, I ended up winning it, and I did it with sideguard, longsword, not Zweihander, but everyone's using a longsword. So all of us have the same breach as one another, and I did it with sideguard. And that was interesting, I thought. That was it looks stupid. If you don't know what's happening, it looks incredibly stupid. Oh my god. Wait, no, please tell me you go on the other side. You do. Are these all right-handed as well? We might have one lefty here. It's kind of hard to see for the one that's doing side guard. Hold on. Let me sort them really quickly. So, here's Captain's side guard. Wait. No, you have a beard. You're holding it up. You're doing... So this is the one pointing, which means you're the one with the side guard, which means it should be this one, right? Yes, it is. Okay. God, that's a beautiful model. Holy crap. I take back everything I said earlier. This one is great. But yeah, this one is also. So we have maybe one right-handed one, or left-handed one. Not as big of a deal when it comes to a weapon like this. It is what would you say? It's a two-handed weapon anyway. It might affect things like the direction of your spins that's more optimal, or the side from which you'll start your side slash or something. Your side guard, your fool's guard. It's not as big a deal when it comes to a weapon like this, as opposed to sword and shield, where it's a huge. It's the difference. Open stance sword and board is stupid. It's incredibly stupid, and I love it. This model is 2 pieces. I'm just going to get it out of the way really quickly. It's good to have you, by the way, Zos. I appreciate talking history with you. Oh my. They let the sword go really, really low to the ground on this one. It's realistic. Actually, hold on. Let me tilt this a bit. It might be that it's supposed to touch the ground. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. God, I hate how flimsy the plastic is. Feels like I'm about to snap it. The way that I would describe the build quality on these models is whoever actually designed the art for them, you know, the let's say the completed version of the model, if it comes out, if it's made especially properly, did a fantastic job. I like the model details. I like the flair that they give them to make them unique. But it's almost like the build process or the materials or something here is not high enough quality to let them express that in the actual models themselves. Because sometimes the pieces just do not fit together properly. There's some mold lines, like what I'm doing. Well, mold lines are almost inevitable anyway. And to be fair, Games Workshop has gotten worse with their mold lines from what I've seen. I'm looking at you, Titus. I'm looking at you. Ah, here, screw it. It's just such a tiny little sliver to get rid of. It's part of it. There we go. Hey, Saw says, thanks. My mom's area, South India, has one of the weapons that skew towards self-defense, most towards self-defense, away from Urumi. Whip sword! I have seen that. That looks super impractical. Really cool. It looks like the kind of sword that someone making an anime would give to the character who's supposed to be, what would you say? It's the dexterity character, if that makes sense. Oh dear goodness. It just looks cool. It does nothing against armor, it can barely do lethal wounds, but it hurts like a stitch, I believe you. Oh, okay, so the way that trope often manifests is, in real life, if you're, a little guy or if you're a woman, you're probably going to not be as strong as the big guys, the hulks running around on the battlefield. So if you're going to best them, you're going to have to be more skilled, or catch them unprepared, or, I don't know, fight at range, something where you have an advantage and they don't. Something, you can't just beat them mano a mano. So you'll take a character like that, and you'll give them the really tricky weapons, like a whip, or like you have here, a whip sword, something like that, so that they have the element of surprise or an unfamiliarity from the opponent, something like that they can use to win. Or it just gives the animators a chance to show off, something like that. I remember seeing a character in an anime called Overlord that kind of did that, but however, it's Overlord, so the character died seconds after showing off. Because Overlord is a power fantasy, but for the bad guys. I like the show. Don't know about the light novels. I like the show. The show is great. It is an isekai that's trying to do something different. That is not common enough, unfortunately. Oh dear. Oh crap, wait, hold on. Hold on, that is not how this one's supposed to be attached. What on earth? Maybe it's up. Oh, it is up here, I think. Maybe it's... Oh, it's like this! I had it upside down. Oh, I better hurry and find the other piece then. Oh, jeez. Here's a smart idea. Do this before attaching the head. This is a great idea that will not come back and bite me whatsoever. Okay, let's be smart. It's you, isn't it? It's you. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, that actually works. Snaps into place. If one arm is there, it snaps in. I like it. Meant to scare assailants away and hurt them rather than kill them. Good for self-defense because of its range and portability. Fair enough. That is, yeah, it has its use. I know, unfortunately, very little about weapons from the subcontinent. Oh dear. I'm sure I would find it endlessly fascinating if I did. Yeah. Let me just make my glue do a little trick. 360 nunchucks. Yeah, nunchucks are scary for many governments, not because they're effective, but because they're concealed. Yeah, nunchucks are a terrible weapon as far as just it simply being a weapon. Nunchucks are genuinely, if I say this, you'll know exactly who I heard it from. There's a guy named Shad? It's not Shad, it's longer than that, but it's something like that, who made a video years ago about nunchucks and why, in his very clickbait opinion, they're like worse than sticks, literally a stick, in a physical sense, you know, as in like, properties of physics, right? He's actually right. Nunchucks of the same length as a stick are necessarily going to have less hitting power than the stick. People get the impression that if you swing them quickly enough, they'll swing more quickly than Shadiversity, that's it. They'll swing more quickly than a stick would, but when you look at it in slow motion, unfortunately, how do we say it? So you spin a nunchuck and it's going in a circle like this. When you actually fling it, here's the part that your hand is holding, here's the chain, here's the other end. It doesn't actually extend past this point. It stays in a straight line as you're doing it. So necessarily it will have less hitting power. But they weren't meant to be an especially strong weapon. If you think of it like a weapon on a battlefield, then you're kind of doing it wrong. They're concealable, and because of the chain, they have the added advantage of being used in grappling, including on one's neck. They're not meant. Hey, what's up, Car? What a time to come in. We're talking about we're talking about weapons. Your specialty. Oh dear good. No, I'm kidding. Car is cool. Hi, Car. That means I do not get to raid you. I'm sorry. You're coming off your break and I don't get to raid you. I don't get to raid him. Rip. His forced break. His internet conked out. His internet died for our sins. Rip and pepperoni. Hey, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Proud to say one of my best friends. You are cool, bud. Let me try that one more time. Oh. He has been with me through thick and thin and the great cake disaster of 2025. Oh, there we go. And also, he's about to be for the great cake disaster of 2026, but that one's being brought on by Piwo. I blame Piwo for that. Remember in Pal World, what's the one material that you need for breeding? Cake. Cake. Piwo and his let me see how much I can breed off of a Lovander. Pal number 69. I think he had Anubis and Lovander for a while, right? No, he made Anubis off of Lovander and something. Piwo is something, right? He's cool. He's neat. He's neat. Nothing against, yeah, exactly, his favorite numbers. Oh my sweet God. Oh my goodness. One of the unfortunate parts of using Fahrenheit instead of Celsius is that occasionally the temperature outside will be 67 degrees. But on the bright side, the temperature outside will occasionally be 69 degrees, which is strictly better. I will hear nothing to the contrary. Oh dear. Oh dear. See, Azaz was telling me about Indian weapons like the whip sword. Let me see. Urumi. I hope I don't know anything about Hindi pronunciation, so I hope that that's phonetic. Urumi. I know that's not the only language spoken over there, but if it's anything else, I'm going to be even more lost than I already am, which is saying something. I'm putting together Zweihander, Lensknecht. That's exactly how you pronounce it, exactly. Zweihander wielders, Lensknechts. Or, as we say in the Dark Souls meme community, power up the base cannon. God, I need to show you that. You're not going to understand anything from it, and yet you're going to totally understand it. Also, I need to try to find the original, because the modern one got censored. Basically, in the original, they had some words that are deemed inappropriate nowadays, and the creator of it didn't want the meme to get taken down at some point, so censored it himself. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but better safe than sorry. I can't fault anyone for that. Zoss says, I'm not one of those Indians who think we're the center of the universe. Say we might have been the first to discover how to smell iron because of how much high quality ore we have. Huh. Okay, may very well have been. I had thought that was the Chinese, but like you said, might have been the first. Maybe. I don't know. I thought that was China. I could be wrong. Very well could be wrong. I know Indians invented the original predecessor to chess, which is kind of cool, I think. It can't be that one, right? Wait, no, it has to be. This is the only one that doesn't have a sword on it. Okay. You're also the only one that doesn't have... What the heck? Okay, I take back everything I said earlier about build quality. It sucks. It sucks again. This one is stupid. There is a slot here, so you expect there to be a tab here. There is not. Okay, no, I take that back. There is the absolute slightest. So slight that I can barely see it. Your hat's pretty cool, though. Oh. The TF2 soldier would really appreciate it. We had a very early form of incredibly high-quality steel called Wootz steel. That's what the British called it. Okay. I wonder what it was that made it high quality. Technique or something. It reminds me of the kind of concrete that the Romans used, which lasts through the present, whereas a lot of concrete that we make nowadays does not. But to be fair, a lot of what we make nowadays is made cheaply. It's cheaper, and well, not cheaper, but quality is not put over price. And so you get something that is more likely to fail. It's not that we don't have the technology that they did back then. It's that we're assuming it only needs to last 50, 60 years. Not 2,000. It is really cool to see that in some parts of Europe they still have Roman roads. Roads from the Roman Empire. Maintained. And yet in some parts of the world, the trains that were set up no longer work. after just a few decades because they weren't maintained. Dear. It is sad to see. A friend of mine, Luna, is from South Africa, which used to be a British colony. Before then it was a Dutch colony. Don't ask how that changed hands. That was not a particularly wonderful time in history. But there's been that sort of decline over there. She and I have been talking about from time to time. It is really sad to see. High carbon content of South Indiana. Oh, that's cool. Oh wait, that's right. There's also a good bit of is it oil or coal or both that comes from, it's at least oil that comes from India, I remember. It was, let's say, a very highly active region of the world in the Carboniferous period. All right, you. Is that how it fits? That is how it fits. All right. Biggest export is refined oil. Yep. All right. It took me a moment. We got there eventually. I wasn't remembering if it was oil or coal. Obviously, both are high in carbon because how they're made, of course. Oh dear. How, you know what I mean? How they come about. A fun fact related to that is that here in the United States, we actually produce more oil than we are a net exporter of oil. We produce more oil than we need for ourselves. Now, it doesn't mean that we don't benefit from oil from other countries as well, of course. You can thank supply and demand for that. But we at least are a net exporter, which I think surprises a lot of people. I don't tend to think of the US as being an oil-producing nation, but we are a big country, and we just happen to be fairly lucky. Geographically, we just happen to be lucky. Are you supposed to be pointing down? Because in the picture it looks like you're pointing up. But there's a tiny little slot on this one and tab on this one that, if they're lined up, appears to have it pointing down. I am convinced that the pictures that are used on these boxes are of an older build. It has to be. This is maybe the second time I've come across that. Yes, it is. The other time being the elf from earlier whose head was facing another way. I would not like to try to force this to match the picture. I don't think that that's a good idea. I think that that will come back and bite me. However, the slot is so shallow, it's hard to know if I've even gotten the tab into the slot, because as I'm sliding it around, it can push a bit too far. Okay, that's what it should look like. The bottom. Okay, good. I see. I was looking for something physical on the model to gauge where I need to be. It's so shallow that I realistically only have one shot at this because it's super glue. Oh, Kara, if you're still here, if you ever want to get into Warcrow, I discovered just today, unfortunately, these pieces do not seem to melt with liquid cement or plastic glue. It is not ideal. It would be this is plastic. This is supposed to be, they called it thermo-injected plastic. I don't know what that means in terms of its composition, but unfortunately it is not something that melts with, say, like the Testor's liquid cement that I use. Whereas, of course, the Games Workshop stuff does. I don't know. It's definitely different plastic, but I couldn't tell you what it is about it. Someone like Tybros, he said he used to work in the plastics industry. He might be able to tell us, although like Games Workshop, I wouldn't be surprised if this is some proprietary formula, proprietary plastic. A well-guarded secret of theirs. Oh. They're the same numbers. Cool. Alright. Games Workshop stuff melts now? Oh yeah, so when I say melt, I mean you can use liquid cement like this. It's liquid cement for plastic models. When I put it on these models at the very start of the stream, even after sitting there for a couple minutes, they did not melt. Not a single bit. They didn't deform at all. What's supposed to happen is that you can use this and it effectively, for lack of a better word, melts the piece, and if you put another piece onto it, they will bond together as if they were one piece. That's how... Okay, you're not Jumbo, that's the other one. I'm gonna have to come up with another name for you. Jumbo, here we go. Jumbo, the not-so-lazy communist towel, is made up of... you treat it like it's one piece. I can do stuff like this, and it doesn't break, although it was many pieces to begin with, because the plastic will melt into other pieces. That does not seem to work on these, which is why I'm having to use super glue, in this case Gorilla Glue. It's unfortunate. Also, I got this one up here, I got it magnetized. All the weapon, I'm not going to go and show you every single part of it, it's a lot, but I got the model magnetized. Riptides are ambidextrous, sort of. They can be built with the weapon on either side and the shield on either side. Zoss says in a previous stream, he made the claim that FD imprinting is accurate now to the point that companies should be able to make good models for a tiny cost. Maybe? I plead ignorance. This is not my... I don't even have a 3D printer of any kind yet. I've been saving up for... or not saving up. I won't get one until I can get one that's very good, even if it's more expensive. I'm willing to not have one for a while so that I can get one that's pretty good. Or have more competition means lower prices, all that jazz. Hopefully, maybe, ideally, in a perfect world. Okay, love magnets? Magnets, how do they work? No one knows. For right now, I'm just going to put all of these back into the box. For right now. We'll say that's okay for now. I am going to take a quick little break. It has been 2.5 hours. That is... I mean, we still have plenty of time. I can make more models, and I'm going to make more models. We have our aggressors. I say, next we go for the guns. Next we... Yeehaw. Perfect. We have arquebusiers. We have guns, late medieval guns. And shields. And it's really cool. They're the kind of... here, let me see if I can pull them up. They have the kinds of shields that you plant on the ground and you can use as a support for firing the gun. Now, obviously, this isn't the model itself. This is just an artist concept. I think it's neat. And yeah, I like magnets too. If you're going to play a game like Warhammer 401k, in order to avoid buying 600,000 models, just magnetize them so you can swap them around as needed. Alright, if you will give me just a bit, I am going to take a restroom break and make some more coffee. So this is going to be a few minutes. If you'll give me just a quick bit, I will be right back. The next time that thing flies across the room and hits me in the eye, you have my permission to laugh. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. This is going to be the easiest model to put together ever, he says, as he's sawing away at it. Who did you raid earlier, Kara? You don't mind my asking. I know obviously you didn't raid me, but that's not expected. I think you're like me where you raid different people. Each day just spread the love out a little bit. So one day you'll raid me, one day you'll raid Edit, one day you'll raid Hoshi. He's not with Edit. One day you'll raid Smug, one day you'll raid Lulu, one day you'll raid Splats if he's going, so on and so forth. Whomever. Tyberos I've seen. I think you're like me, you spread your love. It's a little bit more select for me though, I think, because of when I tend to end my streams. For example, it's very hard for me to raid into you because you typically end before I do. Kara is not made out of coffee after all. He's not a coffee elemental like some people we know. This is not an endorsement. Well, yes it is. It's an endorsement of coffee, not sleeping. You know. You know. The music is so low you probably don't hear it very well, but there's a rolling bass in this song that I love listening to as well. Alright. That little mishap with the piece sticking out gave it enough time, I think, that the top piece is now dry. Maybe not the head, but we don't have to affect the head. I hope. Maybe. Let me cut away a tiny little speck. Okay. There you are. I hear my stomach growling. I'd like to make some real progress tonight, though. I'd like to have enough made that I can basically have an army to play. On Monday, when my friend has asked me to come and join him. I mean, I do technically have at least the minimum that I need, but I'd like to have more than that, if possible. That would be good. That would be ideal. That'd be handy. Randy Dandy-o. Sea shanty. I promise I'm not about to start singing yet. We'll save that for when I come on Kara's stream and he has to take a break. I mean, what? I don't think that's meant to be there. Oh, it's meant to come down, right? Yes, it is. God, I'm going to hate having to paint that, but yeah, there we go. Against my better judgment, let me take that off really, really quickly. Oh, that looks good. Just pretend that the back of the model doesn't exist, because in the back it looks awful, but otherwise that looks good. Although I have to hold this side in place a bit. Oh good God. This is why you're not supposed to do both at the same time. Maybe this gets turned down a little bit. That's good. no, you can't see that, sorry. Holding it close to me. Okay, I may have messed it up a little bit by taking it off to cut some more. There's one little part that I really wanted to look right. Just make sure that the back is down. Otherwise, this is a good-looking model, I think. Okay then. We'll say that that's cool. We'll say that's good. Nice. Strategos is down as well. And then, let me get my mage taken care of. Well, one of my mages, but the new mage. This is Marhael the Refused, an elf who probably has some lore about him that I do not know. Neat! Oh my. One love or hate part about building these models, like I said earlier, they do not come with instructions. You really do have to figure them all out yourself. Which, if you like that, cool, well and good. If you don't, uh-oh. Might be in for a world of hurt. I guess I'm a little bit ambivalent on it. Sometimes I wish that... Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wish that we had the instructions so I don't make a mistake. Not cut my finger, please. That would be very slightly less than ideal, you can imagine. Of course. Of course. Oh, hi to the new people that showed up. I'm T1 Glistener Elf. I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. No. God, someone's going to believe me. That's not a... That's not even remotely... No. We are not pirate software. Let me turn on the voice changer really quickly. Hi, everyone. Oh, excuse me, it's not a voice changer. I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe he's just like me and he trained his voice for a while because he wanted it to sound differently. I got picked on as a kid, so I worked on mine. Boy. Oh, that's not meant to be there either. I knew there was another connection I needed to cut. Friend of mine and I, we were having, just today, having a conversation, yesterday, about pirate software. Oh boy. I have said, for all of the lolcow silliness that he's gotten into, one thing that he still does right is spamming people's YouTube Shorts feed. And it works. Alright. How do I like Warcrow gameplay-wise? It is a simplified version of Infinity. It's a skirmish-based game made by the same company, so that shouldn't be too surprising. Where the depth comes from things like unit combinations, rather than having literally dozens of possible actions that you could take for every action. And you don't have order pools to have to deal with, which is... I like order pools, but admittedly they can be... There's sort of an there's a snowball mechanic, where whoever takes the orders from the other player is going to win most of the time, it gives something of a pretty substantial first mover advantage. And it makes it a bit tough. This game is simpler than that, and doesn't see it has some at least one anti-comeback mechanic, which I rather like. At the end of a round, at the end of enough turn cycles, whoever has, if you did not take initiative, oh dear goodness, whoever has fewer objective control points, I think, gets to take initiative at the start of the next round, I think. And if there's a tie, then it's whoever did not take initiative last time that gets to go. I don't remember how that works exactly, so forgive me, but it's pretty. I like anti-comeback mechanics. They can be a little bit too heavy, though. Something like, well, I guess Rage in Smash Bros. Was actually a comeback mechanic. But, oh goodness. Yeah, I said, oh dear. I know what I'm meaning to say. One sec. I like games that have ways to help prevent you from snowballing, because it lets the other person still feel like they have a fighting chance, especially in war games like this where there's such a substantial first mover advantage, an almost unavoidable first mover advantage. Now, games like Infinity, it's not as bad because you have the ARO system. You can take actions during your opponent's turn. You just can't do things normally, like moving. Getting rid of mold lines, or trying to anyway. Get the snowballing thing, yeah. Oh, who did you raid earlier? I don't know if I was muted earlier when I said, because I was muted earlier, so I hope I wasn't muted when I said that to you. I was trying to figure out see who you might have raided. Now, like I said, in part because I might raid into them too. Oh, yeah, I wasn't muted for that part, I think, because I had the spiel about, I think you're like me, where you raid different people, if possible. Base one-page rules doesn't have anti-snowball mechanics. Now, some variants that use one-page rules as the basis for them have some anti-snowball mechanics, I understand, but one-page rules itself, by virtue of being such a simplified system, does not, which is not necessarily a bad thing. That is not a mold line. That's actually meant to be part of the model. Oh, I better stop. Okay. Oh. Man, oh man, oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, this is... Oh, like that. Okay. I see where it's supposed to fit. If you don't want to say, you don't have to. I was just asking. Oh, what am I doing? I can cheat. I can cheat. The ancient secret art of cheating. Mwahaha. Yeah. Oh yeah, for rating. Yeah. Who it was that you were raiding. Or that you ended up, you know what I mean. Ooh. And also Senator was over there. Now he was over here too, just very early on. Yeehaw. Hal 9000. Perfect. Perfect. Supposed to put this together. I think I'm supposed to do this before I apply the spiral. Maybe? This is a heck of a piece. Alright, that should be it. That should do it. Bat Shark. Piece 1 is see slay the spiral. Nice, okay. Hey, fair enough. Do right here? This might not be enough of a connection, but it's a cape, so if I need to, I can go underneath it. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Normally, I would be on long enough that they could raid into me, but I don't think that I will. Well, I shouldn't tonight. I shouldn't. Now, will I? I mean, it's me, so, you know. You know. And yeah, to be fair, I imagine there's not as many people jumping to watch a building stream, I imagine. This is nice and chill. I hope it's nice and chill. I put it in the title, right? Chill building stream. As you do. As one does. Click. Not sure if that's... I'll let this sit for a bit, but I can actually apply a little bit of glue underneath here to make it more likely to stay on. Internet's back, can't wait till tomorrow. Helldivers and set. Oh yeah, we have Konosuba. We have Elden Ring tomorrow. Konosuba Souls. I'll admit, I actually still need to catch up. By catch up, I mean pick up the stuff, do the things that you did with CJ at the very end. Still need to catch up and do all that. The worry is that if I don't, then when I come into your world, they'll be gone. Because that has happened with some of our items. Like the throwable pots, for example. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's me, so it shouldn't take too long. I think if I remember correctly that you two went on for 2 hours. Oh, I even made a timestamp for when you showed the items you picked up, recently acquired items. It shouldn't take me too long to go through and get everything. Like Luna says, I'm a soul veteran, so that shouldn't take too long. You also weren't here, I'm pretty sure, when I was mentioning that about Helldivers. Saturday is probably going to be the last regular time that we do Helldivers. From that point on, it'll just be kind of sporadic. We'll do it when we can, but it won't be a regular collab, a consistent thing. Because remember, I'm trying to not hold off on doing as many collabs. There's just been so many. There was actually one other collab that I was wanting to do. I haven't talked to the other guy for the collab about it yet, but about it just being the two of us, because you can have a too many cooks spoil the broth. Spoil the broth? That's the expression, right? I think? For that particular game. Here we go. When is it? Beats me. I think it's the same time as last time. which is it's with Tybros, so Tybros is going to be getting there later than we would probably start. I wouldn't be against starting sooner. I mean, we have his blessing to start without him, and then he'll just come in when he can. That's just how it goes. Even if he didn't have to work that day, Lila would probably be the same way anyway herself, because, you know, getting the kids to bed and all that jazz has to come first. Foist. Has to come foist. You're an adorable couple. Alright, I'm going to be entirely too much of a pedant about getting rid of these. Jesus. Alright. Things that nobody is going to notice, but I will. So, you know. Leave it to me. Nobody knows, nobody cares, but I will. Like those people that paint the bottom of a unit's feet before they get put onto the base. No one's going to see it. Yeah, but I'll know it wasn't painted. Yeah, it's fine. To each their own. It's more painting for the people who really like painting. This is his arm. Oh, god dang it. I mean, I just realized that means that on a day when I know you're streaming, I should totally play Slay the Spire 2 as well. Oh dear, no. No. I'm sure you'll raid into me at some point. I just think that's kind of funny. So a little bit of backstory, because that sounds like it comes out of nowhere. I met Kara through another flavor stream, the first flavor streamer that I met. His name is Neo Polino, and he hasn't streamed in a while, at least last I saw. But I met him because I had been playing Slay the Spire. I got all achievements, which means I beat the game on Ascension 20, the highest difficulty. Ascensions in Slay the Spire basically are difficulty modifiers that stack with one another. You've seen me play Balatro Kara, so you know the whole, you know, there's the base difficulty, then the next one is base difficulty plus a restriction, and then the next one adds another restriction. It keeps the previous ones, it just adds another one, and so on. Ascension 20 is, Ascensions in Slay the Spire are like that. And you go up one at a time. So at a minimum you have to beat the game 21 times. Realistically though, you're beating it quite a bit more than that, hopefully. Well, I met Neo by, I finished getting all achievements, and I searched up Slay the Spire streamers, and there was Neo on his. Now he didn't just grind one character for the Ascension. He's grinding all the characters together as family. So he would do Ironclad, Silent, Defect, and Watcher all together, which means it takes 4 times as long at least, but you know, it gives you some variety. He wasn't speeding to get all the achievements, he's just there to have fun, and eventually he'll get more completion than I did. Unless I go back to the game. Which, thanks to mods, I'm sure that I will. But, yeah, and then I found Kara. I believe you were chatting in Neo's chat. And, yeah, the rest is history. Someone was recommending that I think it was Tyberos, was saying that he was considering gifting me Slay the Spire 2, so that I would play it, because I am usually loath to get games that are not on sale. So it really is the case, if I want to maximize views from it, I really should be playing the game basically on release and just pump out a lot with it. And it seems like the kind of game that I would like to do. Obviously I got all achievements and, you know, all that, but I don't know, I should be Right now, it would be more financially responsible. Also, I just have an enormous freaking backlog. Just an absolutely gigantic backlog. Am I at 1,400 games yet? 1,400 games yet? It's not too far off, I think. Okay, so when you go on Steam and you look at your games, it gives two different counts based on which page you're looking at. Some that don't count. Games where it says, certain profile features disabled, it won't count those. Often those are free games. Some games that are cheap, that are just achievement spam and stuff like that, won't count. If we count all games that I own, it's 1,340, but if I go to my profile, it says that I have 1,242 games. So there's a decent number that are not being counted. So that'd be 98 that aren't being counted on the other. I have 62 perfect games. A perfect game means all achievements. 2,110 achievements in perfect games. So actual number of achievements is more than that. But because my game completion rate is so high, it's actually not that much more than that. 2,719 altogether. I like hunting for achievements. I find some joy in it. Alright, so another oops, what is this model moment. There's just randomly a gap underneath his neck, and it kind of looks ugly. Not kind of, it looks ugly. Not a big fan. That's alright. It's a pretty sizable gap too. You could definitely fit your nail underneath it. If I tilt it down to try to close the gap, it creates a gap over by the jacket, so I can't do both. And try to compromise and get it a little bit, but it just leaves a small gap on both sides, which is probably what I'm going to have to do, otherwise it just looks wrong. Yeah. Here, let me lean it all the way forward. No. Some of these models are gorgeous. Some of these are this guy. What can you do, right? What can you do? Alas. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Set his ex-wife on fire. Senator going off over there, it seems. Oh dear. I may or may not be building time on your previous stream. Although you're not going to get a lot of views on a stream after it's already finished anyway, but maybe it helps. Sweet God. What a piece. I know you can't see just because I'm leaning back, but trust me, it's needed. Okay. There's a non-zero chance that I just wait until this is dried and then fill that gap with super glue. Oh god, it's stuck to my finger as well, so it's hard for me to let it go. Or rather, when I did let it go, my finger was stuck to it, so it pulled the piece out, just like that, just then. Ah, god. Yeah, I can't seem to let it go. Let it go. No, we're not singing the rest of that. Absolutely not. There. Let me just keep it here for a bit longer, and then I'll try to let it go after it's had more time to dry. I don't have any super glue on my finger, thankfully. It's just digging into my finger and catching. There we go. Alright. Goodness. What a model. What a model. What can you do, right? Ay, 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 ay. Could be worse, glue your finger to the model. I can't say that that's ever happened before. It started happening, but I was able to pull it off. But then, of course, that pulls the model away too, and, you know, all that jazz. All kinds of fun. Fun, that's the word we would use. Oh dear goodness. Or something like that, anyway. Ay, ay, ay. Oh! All that leaves is your arm and the crazy magic circle. But I think I want to wait for that to dry a bit first. Which means we're going to work on another model while we're waiting. We have some supports here. Guns. Shields and guns. Perfect. Brilliant. I'm gonna leave you here for right now. Alright, there we go. Brilliant. Let me have you right here so I can reference you. I may or may not have heard these songs a few 100,000 times. Maybe. Most definitely. Alright. Oop. Especially near the start. Here we go. Just to be on the safe side. Close that super glue up. So I'll need it, but not soon enough. It's not worth drying it out. Oh, you have a scouter on. They have scouters. And on different eyes too, because why not? Sure, why not? Everyone has it on their right eye except for you have it on your left. Okay, I can remember that. Turn it the way that they're facing in the art. There we go. Oh, wait, hold on. Something to remove off of the Black Legion wing. I assume it's a... Yeah, Black Legion Arquebusier. Mm-hmm. Oop, there we are. There we are. some point, I hate to say, I might have to stop just simply to eat. Grab some grub. This is weird. The shield makes it hard to tell which one is which. Only one has their left leg visible in the art. So I don't know which one corresponds to which one. That's always fun. Okay, so 2 right arms. This would be a reason to have some build instructions. I just realized that that sort of makes it sound, Carl, like you might have done that yourself. Ooh. Nice. Make sure to leave the block on the bottom. Sure, close enough. Oh, and then cut the cowlick off. That's what it is. Okay, good. That's meant to be there. Always good to see. Make sure to cut the cowlick off of everybody. It's tight. Brilliant. Brilliant. Absolute cinema. Oh. My long hair. There we go. Gotcha. Got him. Click. And that actually might be a no. That's not a site. Never mind. No, it's just a mold line to be removed. Benefit of the doubt. Not warranted. All the shields in this one. Okay. Oh god, these are going to... I should not have done this one last. This is going to be fun. All kinds of fun. So everyone here is right-handed again. So I guess that makes the... No, that makes the gun placement a little bit harder. I don't get any freebies where I can sort them into left or right. What the heck? This one's just randomly skateboarding. Okay. Ooh. Instrument in that part that I had never noticed before. It's just so quiet. Alright, who here has the commander's tassel? It's not you. Oh, it is. You go up here, actually. Very good. Very good. Let me look at these from the other side. Hmm. It could be you. I don't think it is. It's not. Okay. Wait, is it? I hope it's not, because this is a silly fit. Oh, a stupid fit. God, I hope not. Which is to say, it doesn't fit. I'm hoping, though, that I'm wrong. Oh, no. It's not. This part connects to a shield. Okay, good. Thank goodness. This one's so gummed up, it's hard to even tell which side is which. Alright. Gummed up. And that gum fruit. Alright. Well, we found a left arm at least. Elbow spike. That's totally meant to be there. Totally. Yeah. Pro tip: don't do this again. Don't do this to yourself, T1. No, it's fine. It's fine. The last body. I was wondering which would break first. Your spirit or your body? Get this off first. There we go. Just the one. Alright. Mind if I do? Now we get to all the legs. There's a perfectly normal sentence. Ooh, nice and clean. Oh, these almost broken clippers still have some fight left in them. As it yeets. That we have any crazy sprue shield spikes on here. At least I hope not. There we go. There should be... Oh, okay, those are the only legs. Your leg is hidden by a pot. Literally, there is a pot on your base that is just there to annoy specifically me, who thought that this was a good idea. Alright, please don't be that one. God, it is that one. Well, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can live with that. I guess while I'm cutting the rest out, let me glue those legs down. Some of this sounds like it could even be Persona music. This, for example. Dry just a wee little bit there. Dry test this one more time. Make sure that I get the position just right. Alright, after this coffee break, I could use it. Oh, hi. Yeah, that was my end. Don't worry. You heard a phantom Discord notification. That was my end. Since I'm waiting anyway. Sorry, waiting for it to, oh, neat. Neat! Finish drying. Drying and profiling. Or something. Cool, cool, cool. Very cool, much wow. There we are. Okay. Counterpoint. I can be working on this. The remaining 3 shields are in this one. I'm sure that there's a right answer to which shield goes to which one. But they don't make it easy. Again, there aren't any instructions for this. Your only clue is the art on the back. That sounds good. Alright. Clearly that was not enough coffee. Well, actually, that wasn't enough coffee. To come back over that. Very good. Very good. A friend of mine and I were having a conversation about, of all things, the Steam machine in light of Microsoft's so Windows 12 coming out is supposed to have AI as its foundation, because clearly everyone loved Copilot being shoved into every... Here's a fun little fact. On my computer, there is a Copilot button. It does not work anymore. That is not because I broke my computer. I use... Is it called Power Tools or Power Toys? Power Toys. I rebound my keyboard so that... See, it has a left control, but where the right control would be, it's the Copilot button. Well, not anymore. Now it's right control. Cool, as it should have been, as it should be. Kept me from having to use an external keyboard because it is right next to left arrow key, and so I would accidentally hit it quite a bit. Oops. Yeah, no. It was quite annoying. And yet Microsoft is pushing on. I guess the idea is the same idea behind every company that's putting AI into everything. If you don't do it, you will get behind, and the ones that do it will win that race. And unfortunately, that's probably true. Unless legislatively AI is curtailed, it will just happen because there's an economic incentive to push for it. It's sad but true. I don't mean to sound like a Luddite, but I certainly do mean to sound like a Linux user. Which is what I will go back to if if I have to move up to Windows 12, then I just won't, actually. If I have to, then I won't. You know what I mean. Ooh. This one's beautiful. I actually broke the cut a little bit, but it still kind of works. I'm hoping that paint will cover that up. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Just getting out the fill. Oh yeah, that piano. Here we go. Maybe a little bit of... Oh, there's not really anything to do here. I'm hesitant about getting to that. Oh, tiniest bit here. I do find it funny, Corvus Belli, the company that makes this, had an AI app for Infinity, which thankfully was free, so it's not like you didn't have to have it. I remember it gave people blatantly incorrect lore answers, but aside from that, I think it was pretty harmless. It seems like one of those things that a consultant told them, hey, this would be a great idea, and then they tried it, and it really didn't take off, and as far as I'm aware, they left it. Some consultant got paid for that. I'm hoping that's all it was. Uh-huh. Might call it after this. Okay, so... Where are the remaining guns? 1, 2... As far as I can tell, the shields appear to be identical, save for the one that has the bit of ground on the bottom. Nope, not you. Definitely you. Okay, oh, I can put this together at least. Even if I don't know where anything else goes, I know where this goes. It's 1 down. Oh, crud. That's what I was worried about. It got stuck to my finger. Weather Channel. The Weather Channel song. Your daily forecast. Alright. We'll get to the rest there in a bit. Okay. Is that you? Can't tell. No, it looks like it's... Yeah, it looks like it's this guy. Okay. Yeah, it sure is. Okay, so we know I'm just going to set it on that model. So I can tell which one's which. Okay. I am missing a whole freaking gun. Let's see. There's this one. There's this one. I'm missing more than one gun, aren't I? I'm missing two, I think. Best I can tell. Uh-oh. Was there anything else in here? Yes. Alright, I'm glad I checked. Most of them were in the bags, but yes, there were a couple. There was a, let's call it a sprue, left over. Alright, well that's relieving. That's a relief. Again, that is not a sight. And that's very much not a sight. Holy moly. Alright. Find out which is which. Well, the difference appears to be the angle. Should be this one. Yep, it is. Okay, good, good, good. Excellent, excellent. Oh, nice. Whew. Love the Weather Channel song, right? So you go there. And these two just straight up have shields. Their helmets even look to be the same, I believe. Yep, so it has necessarily to be you. But it's a bit hard to tell where I'm supposed to set you. No, it's definitely not that high. Goodness. Unless you're shooting something up in the sky. Surely not. No. Right. But that's too low. Hold on, let me put it back in that insanely high position for a moment. Not you. So it must be you. Bit hard to tell though. No, it's what the heck? Yeah, no, let me try it on this guy, see if it makes more sense on you. Well, that's the right answer. Just good luck getting it to fit down in the gap here. If you can though, it fits nicely, sort of. It's almost a bit too tight. Ha 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 ha. No, that's fine, that's fine. I'll skip it off the other side. Yeah, don't do that with your finger. Get super glue off your finger. This is a great idea. You'll never guess how I'm discovering that. Right now, live. Alright. Here. Oop. Heavy box is heavy. Well, heavy compared to plastic. There we go. Don't worry, just touching up a little bit. Okay, so that one's done. Thank sweet goodness. This one goes, yep, right here. Very good. Trying to get as many of these done as I can, while the others are drying. I expect those will take longer. There we go. Alright. If this dries completely, I'll be able to put... I could probably do the shield now. I'll wait just a little bit. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's dry enough. Do it this way so that I don't get excess amounts on here. Are you the one? You're the wrong size, aren't you? Whoops. Okay, so maybe the shields are a little bit different from one another. Maybe? I'm not sure. Well, I don't have a base to put it on, so I could try to quickly switch out to a different one to see if that helps. Yep. Yep, that's it. That was it. The shields are very slightly different sizes from one another. Yay. Hold still. Piece of merde. You know what? Sure, that's fine. Hold on. That's fine. That's good now. necessarily that means that the last gun must be yours. Brilliant. I genuinely cannot tell what is even going on in this. I see that it's hooked up to the shield in sort of a wonky little way. This is going to work out swimmingly. Oh, it looks like he's reaching for his gunpowder. Okay. Realism is cool. I know you can't see this part. Sorry, give me a quick sec. When in doubt, add more. This is a great idea that will not come back and bite me in about 23 minutes. Speaking of, okay, so I've been going for 4 hours. Yeah, for a building stream, I was expecting I'd make more progress. Pogjam. Progress. You are the only left hand that isn't on a gun, so it must be you. Okay, that's it. That's how it fits. Good, 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 good. Force myself to lean down a bit more so that you all can see a bit better. This one for sure. Go. Attached to. Oh, the other side of the gun. Who designed this? I just want to talk. Please, please, please tell me that's where the sword goes. Okay, good. I did not utterly bonk this up. Technical term, by the way, bonk. Bork. Bork it up. Definitely on that piece. And then a tiny little bit underneath. Choose your faction, Warcrow? That is a good question. Part of it was, okay, so there were a couple of factions that were right off. Well, 3 factions. 1 wasn't even released yet, so that was kind of a given. 2 are quote-unquote, well, one's a barbarian faction, and the other is the edgy faction, the bad guys, sort of, kind of. They lost a war really badly. I didn't want to be either of those 2. And that left the sneaky elves, the wood elves, sneaky as in like the movement tech elves, the Hegemony, which is what I'm playing, and then feudum, which is actually what Evangeline wanted. Well, sneaky elves are a lot like the assassins that I already play in Infinity, and Evangeline wants feudum, so we can get that for her later. It also hasn't had all of its models released. So that left Hegemony. And I like it. It's a steampunk one, and it's the only... I guess that's not quite true. I was about to say it's the only multi-racial faction, but Northern Tribes has orcs and elves. And I guess technically Scions also has red caps and elves. Goblins. It has goblins. D's. Nuts. Feudum is all humans. The wood elves are all elves. The dwarves that haven't been released yet are all dwarves. Northern Tribes, orcs and elves. Hegemony, all 3. And then Scions are weird. Mostly elves, but they have red caps too. Scions are functionally they're the hard magic faction of the setting. They get the most magic, and they are the only faction that's able to readily ignore the penalties. When you use magic, you have to make basically a will roll. If it fails, you take penalties. But they get to ignore that to some extent. And even have ways to remove that. That's cool. Yeah. Thank you for sticking around this whole time, by the way. Or I assume this whole time. The joy of being a lurker. I may or may not have done that. That's honestly, these days, that's mostly what I do. Lurk for the view and maybe jump back in every now and then. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. I guess... Yep, okay, it's you. And then this one must go to... The only other guy who doesn't have an arm yet, who's missing an arm. There we go. Dash to 1. Oh dear. Oh, also, this faction, Kara, mechanically is pretty balanced. It's not as good at really anything as any of the other factions, but it can do a little bit of everything. I guess the closest analog, paradoxically, because the Lord does not fit this at all, would be something in 40k, would be something like Space Marines. They're kind of like that, a little bit, sort of, maybe. Alright. Oh, I see. Let me dry test this. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oops. Whoops. Okay, fine. Cool. Cool. Alright, redo this. Redo of healer. No. What a show. What a show. I am mostly ashamed to admit that I've seen, well, some episodes. Mostly ashamed. It's kind of slop. It does one thing. It's exactly the thing you think it does if you know the show. And I'm not even positively sure that it does that one thing especially well. But it is great for a particular kind of person. Feels like I'm trying to explain metamorphosis to people. Also, don't... Okay, I'll say don't read that. A hen wearing a tie that will also give you an existential crisis. Read the JoJo ending. Trust me, you'll appreciate it. There is a JoJo ending. Unironically, this one 4-person box is not only going to take longer than even the box with 7 units, but is about to take as long as all of the others combined. Goodness. And I'm not even done with them yet. Nobody has a head, nobody has their sword on yet. I guess those are the next thing to add on. Right, sword. Sword first. Can't... Hopefully they just all have the same back. Yep. The one that baby got. Yes, I did go there. Thank you, Sir Mix-a-Lot. What a king. I will trust that I don't need to continue doing very much to you. Dang. Oh, right. You are actually still missing an arm. Where'd your arm go? Where did I set your... right next to you. Look, I'm great at my job. I am fantastic at my job. I know what I'm doing. Ooh, right at the song switch. Right at the silk song. The reason I said paradoxically for Space Marines is that, lore-wise, Space Marines are not exactly known for working very well with factions of other species. That's kind of their shtick, you know. That's kind of what they do. They kill everything else. Oh no. Oh no. I can fix that. Yeah, I can fix that. against perhaps my better judgment. But the wrist is basically disconnected, so we need to do something about it. While it's solidifying, we rotate it. I should try to get a little bit off of the fingers because the super glue can cover detail. Will it? I hope not, but it can, so just to be safe. Basically just getting it off of specifically the fingers. Everything else is fine. Okay. That's good. Right. So we know that this one belongs to you. The others, though, I'm going to have to sort out. It's not you. Okay, you. You go here. It's probably a bit too much, actually. Too late now. I'm pretty sure your head's not supposed to be cocked quite that much. Keep sticking to me though, then maybe. There we are, that's better. Very good. Actually, work on you next. Definitely dry test this one first. I'm not sure you're supposed to be. Yes, you are. Okay. Well, who needs to look at what we're aiming at? I guess this one isn't actually ready to shoot yet. This one's in between. It's also not looking down at the gun though, so I don't know, whatever. This is fine. This is fine. Insert meme. This is fine. What an adorable meme. Got that. There you are. Alright, good. Perfect. Okay, that's not going to work. I'll lean you against this then. That'll be fine. Okay. You go here so that I don't forget. And since I'm not working on yours just yet, it's the other way around. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Whee! Hiya. Oops. Whoops. minis at the end. Oh well. Oh well. It'll... whatever will be, will be. Your head should be dry. Should be. Good, good. Ooh, it's after 11 o'clock. It's good. Lean you against the box. And you... oh, that's not going to fit. Ye... how? There we go. Might still not fit. And if that's the case, then oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, so options. I think the only one that I really have available is actually to cut this tab off and put it on without the tab. What is done cannot be undone. Like this is one of several activities I could do where my right arm gets a workout, gets a disproportionate workout. T1 Glistener Elf out of context. Oh, good. Good. I will not turn into Quagmire. I will not turn into Quagmire. It is supposed to be, yes, like that. I had it right. Pretty sure? I mean, that makes sense. You want the blade to be where you can reach it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of tough to do this because it's hard not to knock the shield. I can't touch the head because it's not dry yet, and even if it were, it's one of the easier pieces to come off. Hey, Ty. Hey, good to see ya. Wait, did you just raid me? I can't tell because my YouTube dashboard is down, but good to see you, bud. You were being raided. Oh, you did. Hey, thank you. Yeah, my dashboard, specifically the chat box, is down, so I have no idea. I had no idea. Good to see you, bud. I appreciate it. You are cool like that. So Car raided you, you raided me. Who are we going to raid? We'll just keep the chain going. Hey, putting together high fantasy minis. We were talking about Zweihanders the other day. I got some Zweihanders. Hey, you are in. Hey, good to not good to see you. Good to hear from you. Oh, they can't hear you. 1 second, let me fix it. They can't hear you right now. Oh yeah.
Stop in and say hi and see what you're working on.
See what you're working with. Making some high fantasy, late medieval. They have guns and Zweihanders. It's great. It's perfect. It's brilliant.
Oh, cool.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Very nice.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Oh, your head fell off. T1 out of context.
You
Your
know
head
it
fell
happens.
off. Oh yeah. Happens to the best of us, and also separately from that me.
It's just a flesh wound.
Just but a flesh wound. Yeah, no, it's not. Your arm's off. What's that then? I've heard worse. You lie. Have at thee.
Fine.
Spam, spam, spam. Wait, that's a different Monty Python.
It's in there somewhere.
Oh, hit your mic, sorry.
That one's Flying Circus. The spam sketch. And it was Vikings. It was Vikings, right? Yeah, it was Vikings. I blame Tim.
Yes.
I only had the audio for that one. I've never actually seen it, but like
Oh.
we had it on one of our road trip CDs when I was a kid. So
That's
we
awesome.
grew up with the spam songs.
Have you got anything that doesn't have spam in it? Well, spam and sausage and spam hasn't got spam in it. Much spam in it.
Oh, spam in it.
I'll have your spam. I love it. I'm having spam, 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 baked beans, spam, spam, and spam. Baked beans off! Could I have spam instead? You mean spam, 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 spam?
You've broken Elf. Now he's just Monty Python posting.
Oh. Some friends of mine and I in college, we spent genuinely an hour just doing nothing but quoting Monty Python and the Holy Grail, Life of Brian, and Flying Circus. As if we were having a conversation using just those quotes.
Your family's done that.
great.
You've spoken only in quotes, right?
Oh yeah. I've had conversations with I think all of my siblings individually where we only spoke in quotes. But it would be like specific things. Like my brother and I had a conversation using only Monk and Psych episode titles. Just
Plague
to
Dr.
see-
Volk asks, what in the Dark Gods is going on?
Oh dear.
You are being raided. Do not resist. The Shrimperer is here.
Shrimper? Okay, I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, I've decreed myself Grand Shark Emperor of the Universe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like a king shrimp. Is what that
No, that's the
sounds like.
Shrimperer, not the Shrimperer.
Oh, that's
Oh,
that's
I
kinda what
hear
thought
it
you
now.
said.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It sounded like shrimp.
Anybody who denies my claim to the throne gets put in the lithium mines. It's that simple.
Well, see, since I'm a bat and I've got the wings I can fly. You're a shark, you can swim. All of our kids can both fly and swim. Therefore, we can rule the seas and the skies.
We have
and
naval and air dominance.
and
Total
so
world
we can
domination.
take over the universe.
And with our amphibious children.
Yes.
You shouldn't give away your master plan like this on a stream that clearly has so many people watching it. Clearly.
What are they gonna do?
Yeah.
I have shark mutant children.
They're abomination pups.
Yeah.
So like baby bats are called pups, and baby sharks are called pups. Therefore,
Yeah.
we're compatible, and we
That's
have
awesome.
our abomination pup children that can fly and swim, and will take over the planet.
What are they going to
That's
do
our
about
lore.
it? Do you remember we said, I think it was day before yesterday, the guy and girl meme, the girls that have a sleepover and summon demons? Yeah, we're just gonna sick them on you. That's what we'll do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. No flaws with this plan
Lila's
whatsoever.
actually drawn a picture of our plan. If you'd like to take a picture of it and send it to Elf, you can.
Hey, Plague
Our
Dog! Oh my
world
goodness!
domination,
Oh my goodness! Now everybody's showing up. I dig it. We had a
I
long
prefer
silence, and then
warpstone mines.
Primer came in.
True.
Nice. Hey, paint the orange
Nice.
warriors of chaos. Okay. Hey, orange.
It's a genetic. Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting you in your own stream.
You're good. It's a
Don't do
genetic.
that.
Oh, he said it's a genetic Sharknado.
Yeah. Wait, who said that? Oh, Plague did.
Plague
there it
Doctor.
goes. Sorry, like I said, my chat box on YouTube dashboard is bonked. It's the monkey with the red hat and the hammer that says something went wrong.
Oh yeah, so Stream Elements updated at some point over the weekend, and it's broken a lot of people's stuff.
Oh dear.
Like our entire intro screen got broken on Saturday,
Uh-oh.
and I had to re-import all the images.
Ay,
And then,
ay,
like,
ay.
Yeah,
I've seen other people talk about getting their stuff broken too. Like
Pina had spent like 10-15 minutes trying to fix her OBS before stream today.
Lofty
Yep.
had like 45 minutes or something where everything was broken in the middle of her stream
Yeah.
the other day too.
I-
Like a lot of people are having problems.
Oof. I made the mistake of updating OBS, and I hate it. The audio mixer is just a little more congested. They added stuff you don't need, so it
Which one do you
takes
use?
it tighter. Just regular OBS. 3210 is what I'm currently using. Which
I've got
I may very
Stream
well go
Elements, which
back
is kind of
on.
nice. It's got nice widgets on it.
oh, you use not OBS but Stream Elements. Okay.
Stream
No.
Elements OBS. It's like their
Oh,
custom
Streamlabs.
plugin one.
Streamlabs OBS. Yeah. I think
No,
it's a
Stream
different
Elements.
company though. Stream Elements OBS? I've
Yeah,
never
Stream
heard
Elements
of
has one.
Stream.
Stream Labs. Stream Elements is where we do like all of our donos from. They also have built-in merch.
Well, yeah,
but
I know that there's Stream Elements is what I use too. Ultimate OBS.
Yeah.
Oh, a plugin. There's a
yeah,
plugin
it's
for
like
OBS.
their own custom OBS version. You can do like overlays and widgets and stuff straight from it.
All right,
I think
send
it's
me-
pretty much a pretty close fork of the Streamlabs one.
Send me what you use if you don't mind, because
Yeah.
all I'm seeing are either Streamlabs or a Stream Elements plugin or multi-streaming plugins. And there's se.live, but that's not. I don't think that's really OBS. It might be.
Let me find it.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, so it's the SE Live one.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
send you the link. Something has been posted in the streamer draft, I just noticed.
Yee. Oh my goodness.
Just
Also, I hate putting these models together. Source trust. These are. Alright. As far as the artistic quality is concerned, these, if they could be built to what you see in the pictures, they're gorgeous. But it's as if the actual technology to make them is not up to snuff. I'm being kind of rude here. The actual models themselves are
they're rough.
yeah, they're rough. So we've
Yeah, no, I
had
understand.
quite a
I'd
few
like-
times where, for example, the tab that's supposed to fit into the slot is too big. It will not fit
Yeah.
in. I have to cut it down first, or where it's just the wrong shape, it's warped. That's all kinds of fun. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah, I've had that with the Star Wars Legions figures, where like the
Oh.
QC just isn't to the same quality.
Yeah, I've heard that. Also, these are plastic. Supposedly, anyway, well, they're not supposedly, they are plastic. But unfortunately, they're the kind of plastic that you can't use liquid cement to melt, so I'm having to use super glue. Thanks, I hate
Yeah,
it.
it's the same thing with the Legions one.
Uh,
It's rough. It's like, if you're not gonna make it out of polystyrene, why don't you just make it out of resin at that point? Why are we making it? Come on, man.
I'm sure there is a reason that I'm just not aware of. At the
That's-
very
yeah,
least,
I'm
it's
sure.
softer. So if you need to reshape it, that has
That's nice.
helped a couple times. Well, but unfortunately, it's been necessary a couple times.
I would love to stick around and chat for a long time. I need to go to bed though.
What?
But I wanted to
No.
stop in and say hello. Yeah, I need to eat. Otherwise, I'm gonna do bad at my job, and then I can't make money. And if I can't make money, then I can't stream.
You have 4 pups. It is going to... Wait, actually, I shouldn't ask that. Okay, fine, I already started it. Do you think it'll just be 4?
Yeah, it's it'll be 4.
Okay.
I
Never mind, I think I know where the rest of that sentence...
I've been snipped. I'll say it. I don't care.
Ah, okay. I am... Now, granted, this may change if I ever do get married again. I would certainly like to, but I can't... I don't know what the upper limit for me would be. Maybe there is one, and I just can't imagine it because I only have one right now, and when I get closer to that, it'll become readily apparent. Maybe, probably, definitely.
Oh, it'll become very apparent.
Ah, dear.
So, like, it depends how many you can handle. Also depends on their age gaps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard to have multiple that are like really, really tiny. When they're older,
Yeah.
they can help and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
That's
for me,
fair.
it was like I want to be able to spend time with all of my children, especially individually, and pour into that. And if I have any more kids, I'm not going to be able to do that,
That's I got you.
especially because they're all at the age that they are.
I would not be... Oh, dear goodness. There was a non-zero chance that I would have ended up having enough kids that people would mistake me for a Catholic or a Mormon. No. Plague
That's
says...
the funniest thing. It's just like,
Yep.
oh, go ahead.
Plague
No,
says, I don't
catch
know
up
if
on
I
your
should
chat,
be
you're good.
terrified or not. Yes, be afraid. Be very afraid.
You afraid?
From your rat
But yeah,
in my
like,
group and heavily dig into being a rat and all things, you've gotten fan... Oh yeah, you mentioned that! Plague Doc has fan art. Ah,
Nice.
that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, I think.
Fan art's like
now-
the coolest thing to get as someone who creates anything.
Oh yeah.
Fan art is the coolest.
I was gonna say the funniest thing for us is that we are Catholic and we're converts, and we already had 2 kids when we went into it, and
Wait,
we planned on
converts
having more. and everyone-
to or converts from?
to
It's
Catholicism. Yeah.
Both of you?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, we went in together.
that's funny how that works
Um,
out.
Oh, it was while we were married. It was a conscious decision. But yeah, people like, well, you know, we'll meet other people outside, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, Catholics. I'm like, we planned on this before we were Catholic.
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes you just know, I guess. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I may have made a mistake. Houston, we have a problem. Okay.
It's a happy little accident. It's a happy little accident. It's a happy little...
This is what this guy is supposed to look like. The colors are a little bit off because green screen, but this is what he's supposed to look like. Notice the magic cyclone going around him. I was probably supposed to put that on in an earlier stage of the process. Probably. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Happy little accidents, like you said. All right, hey.
Little accident. Yeah, I gotta sleep.
Go get some sleep. You go sleep.
Of course, thank you for having me on. Good night, chat. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Elf, eventually go to sleep, please.
It's going to have to be after Dude Buddy over here. I took way longer on the arquebusiers than I had meant to, so that's going to be... They took about as long as everything else combined, even though it's only 4 units out of... What would that be? 16 built today? No, 17 built today. Yeah. Turns out guns and shields make for a tough build. But yeah, you go sleep, and I will pretend to sleep. And I'll meet you back on Saturday.
Yep. See you, buddy.
Adios, amigo.
Bye.
Go subscribe to Tybers, or go subscribe to Bat Shark. That's the joint channel. They're cool like that. I am going to not try to do the crazy airbending that they do in the model art. I am just going to let it wrap around in a... Oh! That's actually... In the art on here, it looks like the bottom actually goes a little bit below. In other words, this is on a flat plane. In the art, it looks like it does this. Not too much, but a little bit. But I can get the same effect without having to bend it. Therefore, I'm not going to bend it. Plague Dog says, as someone who's been a Mormon, I have 12 cousins I've never met. I would say yet. I don't know. Well, I don't know where you live. I don't know how likely that is to happen. But we have some of Evangeline's best friends are Mormon. Now, in that case, though, there are actually only 2 of them, but we'll see. To be determined. To be determined. Oh dear, I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay, this is a great idea. This is a fantastic idea that will not come back and bite me whatsoever. Everything is fine. I don't even know which piece to apply it to. Let's try this one. This'll be great. Who else do I know that's Mormon? I know that I have another friend that's a Mormon. So Evangeline has 2 of her friends, about her age. Well, no, they are her age. I know somebody else that is, though. I can't think of... I mean, it's not... There's you, but there's someone else in addition to you that I was thinking of that is... It'll come to me right after stream. Alright, you. I'm going to... Please, 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 please. I'm begging you. Do not come apart. God dang it. Dang it, Bobby. I'll tell you what. Okay, so yeah, the glue is just getting everywhere now. It's great. Yeah. Okay, I know you can't see me. Pardon. Give me a sec. I'm letting it dry. Barren waste known as Arizona. Oh, near the Utah border. Town that I'm in gets brushed over because people are taking a trip over to Zion or Vegas. Go figure. You get to be a pit stop. You get to be the refill station, right? Everyone gets their gas and goes. If you lived in the South, you would have a Buc-ee's there. Oh dear. Then the whole town would just be a Buc-ee's. Oh dear. Okay. So this is a miserable one. It's fine. It's totally fine. We're going to make it our own. Okay, you remember I said earlier this one looks like it's dipping down in the art? Yet not only did we didn't dip down, we didn't even stay even, it's now going up. It still kind of looks cool though, I think. This is a Captain Spin to win. Perfect, perfect job. While I am waiting for that, oh right, dashboard is down. I should still be able to redirect. I have, we have 6 gas stations and maybe an arsonist. Oh no, oh no. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, let's not and say we didn't, right? Oh goodness. Okay, so the plan is tomorrow before the Elden Ring stream. Oh god, the Elden Ring stream. I am going to, go out and get these primed so that I can at least have them primed, and before I put them on their bases and I can paint them. Good times. I would like to prime them first. It makes it easier to get, for example, the underside with it, if there's not a base in the way. Ding. Oh, you'll be fine. So yeah, just final count, it is 7 plus 4 plus 4 plus 1 plus 1. There are 17 models that I've built today. At the bottom of the screen, you can see the line of 7 and... Oh wait, hold on. No, I'm sorry. 20! I forgot about you 3, because these would come together in an action pack, but they're 2 different boxes here. So, never mind. 20 models. It's, everybody lined up for a family photo. And by lined up, I mean, dude buddy's falling over. Everybody's falling over. All the arquebusiers are drunk. Booze. Emphasis on the booze, I guess. So it's the strategos over here as well. Nailed it. It's the 10 that would come in the action pack, that come in the battle pack and the tiny battle pack. Yes, that means I have orcs to build as well. So 10. We have 4 aggressors, the Landsknechts, the Zweihander wielders. We have the 4 arquebusiers. We have the strategos, who is sitting on a tripod or a really high bench or an automaton or who knows, and a spellcaster. Neat. Neat. Okay. Now, as for how much I have left to build, well, there's the little dwarf and elf supports. There are the officers, including the left-handed rapier wielder, who is one of the very few left-handed people in the army, it seems. There are the bulwarks. The bulwarks, excellent. The great shield wielders. Great shield and spear. Or spear. Yeah, spear. There we go. I guess pikes. And then over there, we have an officer on a horse, an armored horse, light cavalry, a war rig, which is just an Imperial Knight, basically. Love the effects. Thank you. And something else, I'm pretty sure. Screw it. Yeah, hold on, give me a second. I will be back in just, give me 20 seconds. Nope, turns out I named everything, but now I get to show them. This is the, I say light cavalry, light compared to the officer, I guess. Hold on, wait a minute. They're actually bigger than the officer. Never mind, she's the light cavalry, it turns out. Mounted Hetman, Black Angels, the Winged Hussars, and then the War Rig. Yeah, it's just an Imperial Knight. There we go, perfect. That took a bit to get it right. With an updated color scheme, to get good at painting orange. Good luck, that's not easy. Oh goodness. So, this is what I will be working on Oh, goodness. This is actually, unless I make time after the stream on Saturday, this is... Oh, boy. Oh, goodness. So tomorrow is Elden Ring with Kara. Friday I won't be streaming because we'll be going to the paint store with some of Evangeline's friends. And I. Let's see. Saturday is Helldivers. And I guess I could do this afterwards. I probably will need to so I can get more. I have enough, but I can always have more, right? And then Sunday is... usually we head over to visit my parents on Sunday. Which I'm not bringing the camera for this setup. That's just too much. I also wouldn't have a way to get rid of their background anyway, even to the extent that I have it now. And then Monday is when my game is. So I will need to make time. I could either do it at the end of the Helldiver stream, do it before, or something. Oh, Friday, late Friday stream. That's how we'll do it. We'll do a little bit more on the late Friday stream, I suppose. Get a little bit more made. Alright. Get you all put up. I'm hoping that that's the right one. About to go to bed here in just a sec. No, I'm not. Nope, I know better. No, I am not. No. Because I also need to get caught up before the Elden Ring stream tomorrow. So never mind, I will not be. We'll just pretend it'll all be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything will be okay. So what's left to be built? Well, these. Oh, you're done. The War Rig, the Black Angels, and a Hetman. I guess next I'll do these two, and then whatever I can make out of these. War Rig is probably going to be its own stream. I think my idea with a Chaos Warrior short anyway. Maybe, if you want to. Honestly, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of neat. Can't wait to do Trench Warfare and Helldivers with my buddies. What glorious death in the Trench Warfare? So far I don't think I've come across... Have I come across trenches? Not that I remember. That sounds like it'd be... Oops, all charges. Because it's Helldivers. Good times. Alright. I should call it for the night, though. Because again, I still have more to do anyway, so... Let's see, who can we raid? Helldivers added a shovel and trench shotgun. Oh, of course. Well, yeah, that'll be... Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I'm in danger! Oh, Dev has probably finished his stream, hasn't he? Yep. Okay. Chima Mary. Is that a flavor streamer? I can't tell. Let's just raid into Quinn. It's been a while. Oh, speaking of Helldivers, Quinn is playing Helldivers. Cool. Fair enough. I guess that's what we're doing. Alright. That's what we'll do on YouTube and on Twitch. Who can I raid? Whom can I raid? Whomspit can I raid? And the answer is... Smug is streaming. I haven't raided you in a hot second. Because, you know, not being on at the same time. Neat. Alright. There we go. As for what's being played, it is satisfactory, so I am going to end up just lurking, unfortunately. But it'll be something nice to have on while I play some Elden Ring and try to catch up. In what time I have. Post the Orange Warriors? Please do. That would be sick. Krieg helmet. Oh, for Chaos? Oh, okay. Gotcha. That took me a moment. Alright. I will see you in just a bit. Or not in just a bit. I will see you tomorrow. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna head out. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Woo-hoo.